Hello. I'm gonna be a bit before I actually start playing this game, so I sure hope you like the title music. I got my bowl of soup from yesterday. And I went, I'd say too far yesterday, again. I don't want to go to that screaming place. The wine sure takes me there. I wish I could yell the problems away. It's not how it works, and it's frustrating to not know what else to do with that energy and those emotions. I can get all the way up to Wirt. If I grind enough lives, I can defeat him. The problem is, if I don't defeat him, I gotta start the whole game back over to grind up lives again. Like Dragon Warrior, except with technical precision platforming instead of just very patient menu navigation. Overall, this is not the soup that I wanted to make. I wanted something with more, I want something more watery, honestly. Like a thicker broth, I guess. Like, it's not bad. That's kind of what I like so far about the vegan stuff I've been trying, is that, like, vegan cooking is not very punishing. You just put stuff that you like together, and then you get to eat all those things together. There is a little bit, like, you know, I'm not very good at it either. But, like, it's not disgusting. It's still, like, oh, this is fine, I could eat this. I bet this would be nice with, like, some crackers, and I thought about making toast. Never been real big on toast. I don't like the smell. And I don't want to buy a toaster, but you could just toast bread on a pan. I'm also not doing butter anymore. I don't know what would make this better. There goes my internet dropping. Try to reconnect. That helps sometimes, I think. Maybe it's just coincidence. Celery probably would have helped. The zucchini and tomato are a bit weird. And then, like, I seasoned the shit out of it too, so it probably probably is obscuring some things, some of the natural flavors. I think next time I would like to use fewer veggies, and, like, it's hard for me to figure out how far one veggie is gonna go. They go pretty far, and I'm eating alone, so, like, that's part of it. But, like, yesterday when I was making the soup, I fried up all the veggies in the pan, but, like, I had cut up so many that the pan was basically full, or the pot, sorry. And so then scooped out like half the veggies before adding in the sauce. And so I've still got the other half of seared little veggie pieces in the fridge. And I was thinking, I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I can make a sandwich. I could make some burritos. Because I got tortillas and I've got some like taco filling stuff. And yeah. I'm not I don't necessarily like expect anyone to give a shit. I'm talking about stuff because it helps me. It helps me understand that like these big diet changes that I'm making are real and are manageable. Cause like I was scared. I was scared to reheat this bowl. Like I guess I'm still scared in a way. My fear is that like you know, I won't like it, or like it'll trigger some kind of negative reaction, and then I'll just like withdraw all the way back from the steps that I've taken so far and like give up on veganism entirely. And it's like, well, no, that's silly. Even if this one route doesn't get me there, like there's so many other routes, and that's kind of how I rationalized it to myself before heating it up. I was like, this is not every meal I'm ever gonna make. This is the the soup I tried to make yesterday for the first time while drunk. It's not gonna be great. But it's not the worst. I don't know if I'll finish the whole bowl or not, but it's really not bad. I'm not sure what I want. Like, I wanted something else, but I made this. I want to finish more games. I'm glad I got through Dragon Warrior finally. I started that years ago, back when I had a house. I'm worried my right hand will get a lot worse pretty soon. And I still don't have a job with health insurance. I don't even know where I would go. Like, the whole process of finding a doctor is a big pain in the ass. Let alone a good one. I just mean one that could see you even, like, it's a huge pain in the ass. And they're like, oh yeah, we could look at your broken ass hand in 3 months or whatever, like a year maybe. Like, okay, well, that's too long for me. I can't schedule an appointment. I can't keep an appointment a year in advance. I think one of the reasons I scream at camera a lot is because I'm mad at myself for not killing my parents. You know, I don't know other people's situations, but I do know, just using my own senses, that there are some parents who maybe should be killed for everyone's good. People act like they are entitled to create sentient life. No, children are not pets. Even pets should be treated like animals, like living beings, not like possessions. Huh. I'm deeply sad. Hello. Julie J, nice game, obsessed with this game. Can you name it though? No, you can just list your own Discord handle. Okay, bye bye, Spambot. Let me just pull up my Twitch fucking chat window and the other fucking thing where I actually have some mod powers. You're not my friend. Never tell a lie like that again. Bye. I hate stupid people. They are everywhere. Bots and shit. I should be applying to more jobs. I don't want to run out of money. I wish money wasn't necessary. I wish I could do good work that helps the world, but oh, those positions aren't hiring, aren't present, don't exist, aren't allowed to exist. The only things that get funding are the things that are bad for us. That is entirely by design. I never thought I would purchase Bitcoin, but I have for reasons. Not investment reasons. I'm not looking to get rich, not just by like buying a thing and sitting on it. But there are some privacy services that I would rather not purchase with my bank account or with PayPal. Because I know that all the identifiers and things that are used against us might just like prevent my access from certain places on the internet or affect what content I can even see. So I want a few different personas or people, characters, basically, to explore different things. I don't plan on hurting anybody. I know, like, people start talking about, like, oh, you, like, if you've got nothing to hide, what are you hiding from? I'm hiding from fascists. I'm hiding from the Nazis and fascists that are trying to kill everything good in the world. I'm hoping I can use that digital currency to buy stuff like a dedicated VPN and whatever else I might need just to like get around the internet. I don't know what would make this better. Soup. I keep calling it soup. I don't even know. It's got like a lot of veggies and relatively little broth for all that, so it's more like just a wet pile of veggies, but like it's not bad. I just feel like there's something missing. Like I've eaten something before that this reminds me of, but I did not include something, and I don't know if it's like, oh, maybe a pepper, maybe a bell pepper would have gone far. Celery would have been helpful. I think celery and carrot probably would have helped this like a lot. Instead I put in lettuce. Well, parts of romaine, so I guess it's not like typical lettuce leaf. The lady at the store, I told her I was taking my sweet time because I was still like learning a lot about produce and stuff. She was like, "Oh, that's understandable." And I was like, "Yeah, better late than never." And she carded me because I was buying wine, and she was like, "Oh, is the wine for cooking?" And I was like, "No." Just dead ass no. But I'm trying to drink less liquor, so I got wine. But then, like, some days I just have it all. I have the liquor, the wine, and the beer, and it's like, what the fuck am I actually doing? Well, on those days, I'm just trying to get as fucked up as possible, because I don't like my life. It's fun to pretend that I can ignore it for a while. And on the surface, I understand it's kind of like a selfish thing. But, like, people can't see below the surface to understand the difference between struggling just to, like, face reality and actually feeling kind of good. Like, if... I don't know. Everyone has their own problems and challenges and things. I want more... I want my streams to be more pleasant, generally. I don't know how long I would stick around if I tuned in and some guy was just yelling at the camera about religion and his parents. It's just so horribly unfair that I gotta do it again. That I gotta do it every goddamn time. That I gotta kill my ego and do whatever's gonna be best. This time, most important distinction, maybe the only reason I'm able to even think about doing it, it's not for my parents. It's for what's actually right. I don't pretend to know everything. I just have very high confidence in a few very important beliefs, and I see a lot of other people being like, "Oh, I don't see that though." And I'm like, okay, look a little bit more, look a little bit closer, look for longer, let's talk about what we are seeing and what it means, let's talk about cause and effect. When I'm playing this game, I think a lot about my older brother. Because he beat this game, I believe, on the NES when we were kids, and to me it was always kind of impossible until I played the Game Boy Advance version as like a teenager in my 20s or whatever. And so like I can think of certain moments, because like I think I was playing this as a kid, warping around like I had seen him do, and like trying to beat it, trying to go straight to work, because like a lot of this is really familiar to me. But like I don't think I've ever beat it myself. Maybe I got close. Maybe I got close as a kid, but was just so frustrated that I never actually did it. But like it's hard. It's easier here when I'm alone. I can like just entertain myself and there's not like a lot of distractions in the room. But when I was a kid, like either my older brother would be there like making fun of me every time I died, or like acting smug about how much better he was than me, or my dad would be there like commenting on things about the game that I couldn't like understand at the time. Like there's a part in this game where you're riding on birds and they kind of go back and forth all the way across the whole map, and like because of the way the NES loads in enemies, sometimes you get different configurations of the birds, and like I think my dad was catching on to some of that stuff, but like when I would ask him like, why are the birds different this time, like he couldn't really explain it to me in a way that like helps me play the video game, and so like it added more confusion and frustration. My dad was never very good at the platformers. This was not his game. Tecmo Super Bowl, that was more his speed. And sometimes he would just play as the coach instead of controlling the people, if I remember right. I really don't. It's been so long since I remember my dad playing the NES. Like, yeah, they're not here now, But like that's how I grew up. It's just under all that pressure all the time. And that's like that was a good day because we were playing video games instead of like fighting or getting in trouble. Oh, what the fuck? I hate this phone. It keeps killing itself. It's every time I plug it in to charge it, it turns the entire phone on. And then when I unplug it because I'm done charging it, it just stays on and like the screen is dark. But then like if I try to press the side button to check if it's off, then it turns on. So like there's no fucking good way to know if it's on or off. I guess I'm supposed to fully charge it and then just rip the battery out. I'm probably gonna replace the OS on this thing, but I can't because it's never charged. I don't even think it needs to be on to mount it or fuck with the file. It's a Pine phone. It's a Pine phone 64, Pine 64 phone. I'm not really sure how they call it, but that's what this is. It runs Linux very slowly. So that's partly why I want to wipe it and put something else on. I love the idea of these phones. The one that I got is not really consumer ready yet, I don't think. I wouldn't recommend it to the average person. Hopefully they've come a long way since then. I bought this one years ago. But I'm thinking about getting rid of my Google Pixel, because that's what I've had for a while now. But it's on Verizon, and so the bootloader is locked. So I can't replace the OS on my Google Pixel. It's permanently a spying device for fascists. So I'm probably just gonna possibly get a new SIM card, new number, new everything. Maybe more than one. Nah. I would certainly feel better if the thing that's almost always on my person isn't recording me all the time and sending it to people who use it to harm me and the people I love. I would feel a lot better. Maybe someday. Probably shouldn't have put zucchini in. I think that might be what's tripping me up the most. I realized that instead of buying individual bottles of plastic water, I could buy a gallon for like $1. And then it's just one big plastic, which I think is less wasteful. I also have a filtered pitcher that I use to filter out tap water. Like, it's a big pain in the ass. So first you gotta install the filter. It's just like rinse the thing out, soak the thing, rinse it again, whatever the process is, 15 minutes sometimes. And then you lock that into the pitcher, and then you gotta fill up the top part with the water from the tap, and like the sink's not really big enough, and so the pitcher's bumping all up against, like, I don't know if I scratched the enamel all up or if it was like that before, I don't remember. It's fine if I don't get my deposit back, I might not be alive after this particular tendency, I don't know. But then you can't drink the water yet. You gotta wait for it to filter through from the top to the bottom. And so then later, after you've done all those preparations, then you can awkwardly pour the pitcher into your cup or whatever. And then you can drink from the cup. And like, every couple drinks, you refill the pitcher. Put more water in the top, wait for it to filter back down. Just like a nightmare. Like, I don't like any work that I have to do all the time. Like, I don't like being a slave to the water pitcher, basically. We used to drink right from the hose. Yeah. There's a lot of lead poisoning in certain generations. And also we have an administration, specifically RFK Jr., who's doing things like taking the water out, or taking the fluoride out of the water. So, like, brush your teeth, you know. If you want to keep them, brush your teeth. And just lowering standards all over the place, putting more pressure on too many resources, and basically setting up our entire country for catastrophe. I can remember yesterday I got real drunk and started watching Oni plays. And start watching him play this. It's weird watching groups like that, like little groups of friends, because like I used to have 3 friends in elementary school, and like I thought we were kind of close like that and making jokes like that. But then we moved away. We wanted to make movies and games. And the friends I met also wanted to make movies and games, supposedly. Well, they wanted me to make their games. They didn't seem to notice when college made me a lot stupider. Because like they never actually cared about me. They were always just like taking whatever they could get. Now I'm not really sure. Like, I've learned you cannot trust anyone, which is sad, and shouldn't be the case. We all live on the same world. If we can't work together, we're all going to die. But people are selfish, scared, and stupid. So many habits that are just, baked in, like, deeply, and I don't necessarily want to get rid of all of them. But sometimes I think about, like, doing weird shit. Like, sometimes I do weird shit. I consider just sitting here in silence on stream to be kind of weird. I feel like most people try to think about what they're gonna say so that they can say stuff most of the time that they're streaming. But I'm going through a lot, and, there's a lot to process, and I don't want to express it wrong. I'm trying to figure out how to stop myself from screaming, And it's not something I can just force. that it might make me scream even louder. That might make it worse. I gotta untangle them. But sometimes I think about stuff like I could just like open my door, walk out, like no shoes, not even close the door behind me, just like walk out. And like look around as though I've never seen before. Just appreciate things about the world that, I don't know, I'm so used to thinking in stupid, limited human brain, like, I'm not even sure how to put it. I was trying to fit the track that my parents wanted me to be on and that the world wanted me to be on while not compromising my values, and it's not possible. The track that they would have me take compromises my values, so I can't go that way. I'm trying to think what this reminds me of. I think it's just because I use too much of the seasoning that I use on like everything. Paprika, black pepper, a little bit of salt. Oh, I think I use some of that Italian seasoning too. The thing is, like, I'm not really precise with it. I'm not like an artist meticulously adding different colors to make a deliberate effect. I'm more like finger painting the vague shape of an elephant. Trying to think what it reminds me of. Like, I swear it's something specific. I also added, I also added some of the roasted garlic tomato sauce. It's like a pasta sauce, but I thought it would do fine in here. Give me some of the garlic notes that I didn't really have. Put it farther away. No, wasn't it? Phone might be like downloading something, maybe. Or, I mean, not. Yeah, someone else could be streaming or something, and that's fine. I'm worried sometimes, like, I have no idea how the connection is for everyone else. I assume that sometimes my streaming takes priority and sometimes theirs does. But I don't know how it works exactly. I hope that I'm not preventing anything important. It took me a while to understand why the title screen is off-center. But I think it's because to get that mirroring effect directly in the middle, they actually have to use the right edge of the sprite. Like the little part that curls up to a tip that's the edge of that sprite, and then it mirrors back down the other side. And so they're all like shifted one tile or half a tile left. Something like that. And this, of course, is a redone version or a remix of the water theme from the first game. I guess I don't really know if I want to play this or not. My plan earlier today was that I want to try to beat this, because I know that I'm capable of it, and like I think that is still my goal. But I don't just want to beat it for the sake of beating it. I don't just want to, like, beat it because I have something to prove to myself. Although, like, that kind of is the case. But, like, I'm not trying to do it from, like, a prideful point of view. I'm trying to do, like, am I capable of doing anything? Am I at all functional? It's like, well, if I can, despite all my bullshit, achieve a goal that takes multiple days to get better at and practice, like, I do think that's good. But then there's the other things of, like, I'm still not fixing the bad habits along the way. Like, because then I'm worried I'll learn the wrong lesson, I guess. It's like, oh, so, like, drinking and screaming works. Look, I beat it. And it's like, well, no. Could have beat it faster without all that. Yeah, could have beat it faster if I wasn't abused. I agree. Could have beat it as a kid if I wasn't being abused. I don't want to do it just to, like, prove that I'm okay at a platformer. I want to do it to show my younger self that we are gonna get better. But I don't know if that's true. I wonder sometimes what various points of myself in my life would think of the various other selves throughout time. And I think there are a few versions of me that would be very, very mean to current me. And I'm trying not to be them. I'm trying to be something new. I want to, you know, none of the versions so far have been good enough. Gotta try something else. And that's hard. That's scary. That feels wrong? I don't even know how to put it. Like, there's part of, fixing these old bad habits. Where are my tissues? Is that, like, even if you can consciously recognize that your behavior is wrong, you've gotten used to doing it so much that it feels wrong to do anything else. And so, like, you gotta find that way to put mind over matter, to make yourself or allow yourself to believe and to feel that the consciously correct thing is in fact correct and it's genuinely in your best interest to do it. And, like, I guess part of my problem from here is that I can't predict that. I can't predict that it will actually be in my genuine best interest to, like, try to give up drinking, for example. I do keep trying. Every once in a while I try. Hasn't stuck yet. Bad time for it. But I'm also concerned that if I don't get myself into better condition, better shape, being able to perform tasks and communicate with people and, like, be a person all day, because that's kind of required for most jobs. And whatever work I do. Like, I would want to do good work as long as it's for a good reason, and that's the thing. Like, so many jobs are not. So many jobs are just facilitating slaughter and reinforcing capitalism's bad habits. Like, it's not just the me thing, it's a whole fucking world thing, and it's weird. It's really surreal seeing, like, my own problems resonate on a global scale. If things get much worse, the whole world, or at least America, is gonna have to deal with knowing what it's like to be forced to go to church. Oh yeah, this bullshit that you don't believe in, too bad. You gotta go. You gotta be quiet, you gotta be respectful, you gotta sing along, otherwise they'll execute you. You let them tell their bullshit, you let them plant their bullshit, you let them water their bullshit, you let them grow their bullshit for years and years and years, and now they're gonna try to harvest. Their bullshit is getting too big. It have been uprooted a long time ago. There's a tree of knowledge and a tree of bullshit. I just really, really hate how things have gone. So much needless suffering for so long. I want to change the way that I do things, but I'm not entirely sure how, well, like, specifically. So I'm thinking I might sit here in complete silence while I'm playing this. Probably not complete silence, but, like, I'm gonna be re-imagining how I want to react to things. And then I think I'll work my way backward to configure my brain to try out those new habits. Excuse me. Still not too sure what's going on with this soup. My best guess is that maybe the sauce is reminding me of the time I made spaghetti. That came out okay. I think that might be what it is, and I think I used too much sauce on that spaghetti. But it's not bad. Keep saying it. And the other thing it might be, I've been trying to think of the word for this food, like, all day. I don't think it's gabagool, I don't think it's goulash. Not succotash. Something like that, though. Some kind of word like that. And it's just made of veggies as far as I know. What was that called? I only had it one time. Yeah, I don't remember. I like to think that I was taken from my friends because someone was scared of what we could do together. Probably not. Probably just wanted to see how much they could dick around with my dad in his career, because he was so happy to lick their boots as long as they paid him. Yeah, I'll uproot my entire family for you, boss, of course. I'll make them feel like shit if they cry about it. John Stowe Show. Who are all these other fuckers? Oh, God, what was it called? I really don't think it was succotash. It was goulash. Maybe it was goulash. Goulash is a meal made of meat and vegetables seasoned with paprika and other spices. Made predominantly eaten in Central Europe. Okay. Oh my god. There is just looking at American goulash, which is just using different pasta and some other stuff. What the fuck was I thinking of? God damn. Drive me nuts. Let me see also if I can aim this camera a little higher. Yeah. Succotash? What the hell? I don't even know how to spell that. Oh, I spelled it right. Cool. Succotash. Succotash is a North American vegetable dish consisting primarily of sweet corn with lima beans or other shell beans. The name succotash is derived from the Narragansett word succotash, which means broken corn kernels. It's an Algonquian language in Rhode Island. Other ingredients may be added, such as onions, potatoes, turnips, tomatoes, bell peppers, corned beef, salt pork, or okra. Combining a grain with a legume provides a dish that is high in all essential amino acids. Succotash made with kidney beans instead of lima beans. That looks pretty good. Corn, lima beans, and celery. Is that what that is? But yeah, like a lot of a lot of working with vegetables is just like putting them together, like combining them in different ways. But I would like to get more precise about it. I want to understand what I'm tasting and why, and like how to kind of balance the flavors better, just to suit my own taste. Like, I don't even expect it will make me a good cook or chef or whatever. I just want to make food that I enjoy, even if everyone else thinks it's shit. What the hell else am I thinking of? Like, meals like goulash. I thought it was an Italian dish, whatever I'm thinking of. Like goulash, but Italian? Italian style goulash. God damn. It's just not a food that I eat a lot. I can't remember what it was called. It had, and I can't really describe it either, because like I wasn't really paying attention all that much to what I was eating at the time. Eeny, I want to say. And that might be why my stew or soup is reminding me of it. Because if it was mostly zucchini and tomato, and like garlic and stuff, like that's very similar to what I've just made. God, what was it called? It's like not succotash, not goulash. It had some kind of sound like that, but I don't. I think it was minestrone. I really want to remember. I want to learn more about like food in general, I guess. Seemed about time. Really thought other people were on that, but apparently they're not. Yeah. Whatever. It was goulash, succotash, Zucchini pasta seems close. The fuck was it? It might have just been a goulash, basically, but I could have sworn it had a different name. Like, it might not be important whatsoever, but it might. To me, at least. I can't remember, was it zucchini, tomato, cucumber? Well, it had a certain name. I don't think it was gabagool. That was more about meat. Yeah. And a lot of food. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to learn so that I can make better soup next time. And I don't know how long that's gonna take. So much food. Sorry. I'm interested to know what I ate before, but I can't even really remember what was in it. I just remember it had a certain name, and so far I haven't been able to find that name. It was kind of like goulash. Gazpacho? It might have been gazpacho. No, it wasn't a soup. It was just like stuff laid out. Stuff on a plate, basically. I'm just going through different words. Like food starting with L, food starting with Z, because I'm like, it had some weird letters. I cannot remember what it was called. Ratatouille! Was it actually just Ratatouille? That might be why I couldn't remember it, because it's also the name of the movie that's very popular. Yeah, we might have actually had some Ratatouille. Yeah, yeah, that looks right. Um, oops. My OBS setup is not great. But yeah, there we go. There's our, that looks a lot like what I had. That is what I was thinking of. I just Ratatouille. Oh my god, okay. See, that helps me a lot. Because now I'm not like, oh man, there was this mysterious dish, and if someone was like, Ratatouille, I'd be like, no, probably not, because I wouldn't be able to remember what Ratatouille the food was. I would just think like, oh, like the Mouse movie, no. Like, I know that's weird, but that's kind of how my brain is wired, I think. Um, but yeah, like, it was just like slices laid out in a spiral, basically, or in a nice, pleasing configuration. Um, the traditional French vegetable dish originating in the Provence region of South France, particularly associated with Nice and its surrounding region. I'm sorry if those pronunciations are completely wrong. I speak American, and we just say things wrong. Developed within the context of rural provincial cuisine, where seasonal vegetables were stewed together as a practical means of using surplus summer produce. The dish consists of a stew or sauté of seasonal summer vegetables cooked in olive oil and is sometimes referred to as ratatouille niçoise, from Nice, or Nice. Although preparation methods and cooking times vary considerably by region in the household, ratatouille is typically made with tomatoes, onions, garlic, courgettes, zucchini, aubergines, eggplants, and bell pepper seasoned with herbs characteristic of Provençal cuisine. These may include fresh herbs such as basil, marjoram, or fennel, as well as dried herbs such as thyme, bay leaves, or blended herbes de Provence. To stir or to toss. Yeah, so a bell pepper probably would have got me even closer to to what it was. And then like the basil, marjoram, fennel, thyme, and bay leaves, like I'm not entirely sure what all was in the Italian seasoning that I put on. There may have been a little bit of that. Or things like that. But yeah, I don't know if I would bother making it like that unless I was trying to impress somebody, I guess. But like, it's not usually my priority. But if I make this soup again or something like it, this is a potential direction to make it more like ratatouille. Or more like goulash. See, now I got different points on the map that I can decide which ones I want to go toward and explore. As opposed to just blindly throwing things together into a pot and seeing what comes out. Now I can compare it to real food and adjust accordingly. Well, I feel good about that. I can't always find things like that when I'm like, they're buried in my memory and like it shouldn't be that hard, arguably. Like, oh, Ratatouille, you spent that long trying to remember Ratatouille. Yeah. Yeah, my brain's a little bit messy. There's a lot of junk up there. And a lot of bad stuff that I didn't ask for. And so I'm trying to sift through and having concrete points like, I remember something, and then being able to find it. It's like, it was real. You know, the point that it's Ratatouille is almost irrelevant, but it does help me navigate from here. I'm having fun. Now, yesterday was a losing day. made it to Wart, but I lost. Could not defeat him in combat. His mouth closes too quickly. His bubbles block my vegetables. These are all common, relatable problems, I'm sure. I also lost my temper, my composure, my patience. I did some screaming. Not proud of that. I don't want to get it confused. Sometimes I present things like, you know, it's just a fact. Like, that is what I did. But then it sounds like I'm like, oh yeah, I was screaming. I'm not necessarily proud of it, but like I want to... The emotion and like the pain that drives that is what I want the focus to be on. Like, I'm not proud of myself for letting it out in that manner, but like, oh, that's how it came out that day. But my point is, I'm hoping that today will be a day of victory. Hi! Hello, Chaotic Chemistry, how you doing? I'm hoping that today I'll be able to get back to Wart with enough lives to defeat him. And I'm hoping that whether or not I accomplish that I can avoid screaming again. That's my goals for today. I think I'm finally ready to press start. Had a little bit of soup. Had a little bit of ramble. Doing okay. Snoop, nice to meet you. Hope you're doing well. Relatively, yeah. Locally, yeah. Nationally, no. My abusive parents and their death cult are killing a lot of people, and I'm pretty upset about that. I'm trying to do what I can to fight back, I guess, but like, it's been a losing battle all my life, and violent brainwashing is a big obstacle that I have to overcome. So I'm trying to confront my rage by playing games that have made me very angry in the past, and even just yesterday, in this case. But I know I can do it better. I know I can. Just a question of whether or not those conditions will play out. Sorry to hear that. Do your parents support ICE? I don't actually know. If I had to guess, probably not directly. But my parents are Southern Baptist. So like, all that they're gonna do is just pray. And it would not surprise me at all if they were like, oh, well, he shouldn't have had a gun. It's like, but having a gun is not a crime. He had that gun registered. He had that gun legally and stuff like that. And like, then they just shift the goalposts. Like, I don't know if my parents are like that or not. We didn't have those conversations. Instead, I was like, hey, do you guys remember hitting me as a child? Do you remember abusing me? And they were like, spanking isn't abuse. And I'm like, it is, though. You hit us and you lied to us. Oh, God. Yeah, it was a lot of... it was years of abuse. And my parents think that they're going to heaven. So, I don't know. I don't know if they support ICE. Oh, also, my little brother is under house arrest for threatening to shoot up a Spurs game in San Antonio, where he lives, with my parents. So, there's that as well. He'll be back in court in a week or so, from what I understand. I found out through the news. They don't talk to me. They blocked me because I tried to call them out for abusing us. Now my little brother is experiencing the results of their violent brainwashing himself, and they're still pretending that they did not abuse us. They're still pretending Slave World is not directly their fault. And that makes me so mad. Because they're just choosing to kill people. They're choosing for people to die. For nothing. Nothing more than their own greed, their own unwillingness to get with the times, to listen to reason, to change. But yeah, ever since I was a kid, they would spank us for doing things wrong, which, like, their sense of morality came from a book about magic that is more like an inkblot test. You can read the Bible however you want to read the Bible, and if it makes you feel good, I can't stop you, even if it's not based on anything true. And so I was constantly trying to, like, reason with my parents, and they were constantly punishing me for being an honest, try-hard child. I don't know. And so, like, I kind of learned to punish myself that way. I learned to hurt myself. I learned to like attack controllers and the console itself if I was getting too mad, because I was like, that'll teach you to make me die on that level, you know, stuff like that. Stuff like my parents would hit us for making their days worse when, like, we didn't do that. Sorry that my chat's so zoomed in, too. Yeah, I relate to that. I've also dealt with abusive parents. I'm very sorry to hear that. I was raised extremely religious growing up, but I got my traumatic experiences with religion. Definitely sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a really big problem that not enough people are talking about. And, like, when I do try to talk about it, they're like, oh yeah, militant atheist. And I'm like, okay, but you're the one using labels to dismiss me. You didn't actually listen to the part where they are child abusers. Like, not you, but the people I try to talk to sometimes. Like, victim blaming is, like, everyone's first move, and that is so frustrating. You weren't raised religious. Oh, okay. But you still had traumatic experiences with religion, even though, like, your parents weren't religious. Like, to me, it's... it just, in a vacuum, if we remove the context of most of reality, for a living being to just make things up, despite evidence, and just pretend that that's true, like, I consider that lying. And when we do add back in the human context, like, how many human beings genuinely believe that there's some kind of force or being, like, sentient thing in the sky, or in heaven, or wherever, beyond space and time, that can, like, observe us all and, like, control us all if he wanted to, but he doesn't really want to, because he's still giving kids cancer. Like, what? And then they gotta, like, go through hoops and try to justify how this guy giving everyone cancer is actually loving us, and he's giving us the cancer so that we have a struggle to overcome. And it's like, wow, man, that's fucked up. That's super abuse. That's... now you're trying to gaslight the victims into liking it. Holy shit. So I think that's doing a lot of harm. I think there are millions of kids being abused by their parents because their parents just aren't thinking, aren't aware of what it's like. I was raised Catholic, oh no. Then in my teens I became evangelical due to fear of hell and punishment. Yeah! It made me develop OCD. Yeah! I learned about religious scrupulosity. And there was a time in my life, you know, I was raised Southern Baptist, and, like, when you get baptized, it's supposed to show that you're dedicated to Jesus, that you've given him your heart. And, like, supposedly, depending on how you interpret Jesus, anyway, but my interpretation, especially since the preacher would yell at us every week about burning forever in hell, is that if I didn't, like, die with a clean slate, if I didn't ask to be forgiven of my sins before I died, then I might go to hell anyway. And so, like, there was a while there where I was praying every day and even throughout the day to be like, dear Heavenly Father, please forgive me of my sins. Like, that was, like, the first line almost every time, because I was like, okay, now even if I die mid-prayer, maybe I'll still go to heaven. But anyway, I'm sorry for coming to your stream and talking about my life, Lamau. No, I love it. It's actually directly relevant to my life and what I'm doing here. Because, like, the past 2 days, I've been playing this game, and, I can get to the end, but I can't beat Wart yet, and it took me a while to, like, even work back up to getting that good. But the whole time, I'm flashing back to when I was a kid playing this with my brother there, and my dad there, and, like, all this, like, extra pressure and distraction and noise, or, like, someone watching something on TV. And if that was the case, then I gotta sit here, like, almost dead on the inside, like, playing as quietly and as nicely as I can so that I minimize my chances of getting in trouble. And so I think that there were times when I first got to, like, be alone, like when my parents would be out of the house or whatever and we were old enough to stay home on our own, when I could play a game and finally, like, let it out, like when I could die, I could just be like, ugh, like, you know, that kind of thing. And like those feelings were always there, but then I started, like, letting them out in that way, and it's still not really letting them out. It's still repressed. It's just in a different way now, and, like, I'm trying to undo all of that, and I'm trying to find the ground so that I can build solidly from there upward. And it's hard. So thank you. Thank you for coming to my stream and talking about your life when it is relevant, as it is. Actually found your stream by the science tag. Cool. Yeah, I love science. I think that a lot of people consider science to be like a religion, and that's completely missing the point. Science is a process. Science helps us hold each other accountable. Science updates its textbooks when it finds new information that contradicts what we wrote down before. Unlike the Bible. Well, okay, the Bible's updated a couple times, but, like, not enough. Not enough. But sometimes I play Satisfactory or other things, and I do programming. I've got my own website. Try and play some of this. Also, I'll try to move your chat over so I can see it without turning my head as far. But yeah, I guess you do chemistry? I'm more of a software computer programmer. I'm gonna try to get back up to World 8. I can yammer while I do this, like... God damn it, I use my parents' words all the time. I would like to get there with as many lives as possible, but... it's never gonna be perfect. That's cool, programming is nice. I'm planning on learning Python and R. Cool. I've done a little bit with Python. I don't think I know R. I've used Ruby. I use a lot of JavaScript. I've been programming in C lately. I really like the low-level programming after making a career on web dev. No, I don't study chemistry. I actually study meteorology in college. Ah, well, that's neat. I love, like, Sway, maybe you're the problem, and, like, but maybe I'm not, because a whole lot of people can actually be wrong together, and we're seeing that, like, nationally. Like, why do you immediately blame me? You haven't even asked questions. Well, because it'd be easier for me if it was like that. Right, that's lazy and selfish of you. Don't throw me under the bus so you can feel like you're correct when you haven't even looked. Well, but they don't care because they're getting paid either way. Like, to them, it really is just about shutting me up. It's not about solving my problems. Oh, I didn't get the, oh, dang it. This is why I'm so strapped for lives. I didn't get all those, extra grass pieces at the start. That, and I'm unlucky at the slots, so, like, it's rare for me to get lives out of here anyway. Have you ever played this game before? And if you're not interested in the game, we don't even have to talk about it. No, meteorology is actually the study of the weather. Oh, sorry, yes. The name actually confused people quite a lot. Yeah, I thought about meteors straight away. But no, you're right, you're right. Meteorologists are like weather people, weather forecasters and scientists. That's cool. That's really cool. When I was a kid, that movie Twister came out and kind of made everyone in the Midwest walk outside their house to see if they could see it when there was, like, he was doing some amateur storm chasing for a little bit. These dramatic changes in the weather, because human-driven climate change is causing a lot of problems, and, like, I'm glad Dad had a good time driving around and looking at shit. Don't know who it helped. Don't know that he was helping anybody but himself. Funny. Oh. I'm that wrong. This one? Nope. Oh! Don't use this potion. Don't use this potion. Okay. I just remembered all the all the little things are actually outside, all the grass. Oops. I was just gonna jump off your head, but oh shit! Oh god, they got me cornered. Ah! I almost died. I might have reset the game if I had died there, because I'm still pretty hurt, and that is a totally needless death. And I think I could have got more lives out of the first level. That's okay. Please. Thank you. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Bam, bam, bam. Now I'm gonna waste all those coins by losing at the slots. I like rain. I don't have a lot to contribute to the, like, meteorology, I guess. I hardly even keep up with the weather, because, like, most of the time it doesn't affect me too much. If, like, I'm currently unemployed, so I don't have a fixed schedule to keep. If something doesn't work out one day, I just do it another day. We did have some pretty big snow, I guess, this winter, but a lot of it's gone by now, melted, and it's warm enough today that I'm in my short sleeve shirt, the heater is off, and I'm a little bit sweaty. Could even open the window, but it's not that bad. I think the stress and the alcohol is also contributing to my overheating. And I ate some hot soup. I made some hot veggie soup. Well, I reheated the... but it was hot either way. So yeah, not a lot of lives coming out of all those coins. I don't know if there's really much technique to this. I try sometimes to time... God, I hate this chair. Get up, you fucker. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. Not supposed to lose my cool. But, like, it fucking sucks. This chair is the worst fucking thing. There's no good furniture. I'd have to, like, hire a craftsman and commission a chair that fits my body. I ain't got money for that. Not right now. Do you like math? Yes, yes I do. I'm not, like, great at math, but I do like it. And, like, when I'm playing Satisfactory and things, I try to be as efficient as I can, and sometimes I drive myself a little crazy with that. But, like, programming, it comes up a lot. And I like, learning about why certain programs work is always reducible down to the ones and zeros. I do Toad on World 4-1 and then Peach, I think, on World 4-2 to make it easier to get across the whales. Barely. Got it. Yeah, I actually have a math club keychain, like Bob, whatever. Says SC Math Club. I don't know if that's gonna show up at all, but SC, that's Smith Cotton, my high school. Math Club 2010. That's That's the year I graduated high school. Yeah. So I think in senior year, I was in math club. That's cool. I used to be really into math, but I sort of lost my passion for math, although I still study it. I'm currently more into philosophy. Nice! I like philosophy too. I mean, that's like almost built into everything. Like, it's so weird to me when people are like, I'm gonna study like thought. And it's like, yeah, aren't we like doing that in everything else too? And it's like, well, no, but there's actually like specific. And it's also fascinating the difference between psychology and philosophy. And like, I think a lot of the times people are just looking for easy answers. They want to find a philosophy that works for them instead of thinking philosophically about what they actually want out of life or what kind of person they want to be. And so like it's way easier to look at something like stoicism or nihilism and be like, "Oh, that sounds good. I'm just going to be that." And then it kind of like takes away the the pressure, I guess, or like the accountability. It takes away the feeling that like it's your own choice. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna try like stoicism or whatever, and if it doesn't work out, I guess stoicism just isn't right for me. I'll try a different philosophy. And it's like, okay, but you're still not thinking about like the why. I was 8 in 2010. Wow. Yeah, so I was born in 1991. So I mean, I'm only what, like 10 years, 12 older. That's not bad. Excuse me. I'm in my 30s. It kind of sucks. My hand is all jacked up. My spine is all jacked up. Could be worse though. I still feel like I'm relatively lucky, and that scares me existentially. Makes me fear for everyone else on the planet. Like, shit, dude, if I've got it this bad and I feel like I'm doing okay, like, oh my god. Some people have it real bad, and some people just die, and like, that's awful. E! I made it all the way up to E coins. I'm in the early 20s. Cool. I don't know why. I wonder if I could zap this thing away. The scrolling or whatever, the overflow, is always like trying to cut itself off. Ooh, a cherry. I can't tell if I'm like consistently pressing the same buttons. I can't tell if my timing has to be super precise or if even that isn't enough and it gets randomized a little bit more. Really hard to tell. I think I want Peach on this one. I think philosophy can be good, but it can also be bad as well, depending on what you find on your way and how you interact with. If you're mentally unwell and you find nihilism, it's sort of difficult to not go with it. Yeah, I think nihilism has the appeal of like, oh good, I don't have to worry anymore. Or like, you know, whatever happens, like, doesn't matter. And like, I think that's kind of selfish. I think that's a selfish thing to lie to yourself that like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it does. It matters to me. It matters to a bunch of living people. I personally have struggled with nihilism for quite a while. Fortunately, I got over it. Nice. Yeah, like, is to me, it's more about balance, and so that's why I'm really hesitant to pick any label. Because whatever I need to be is going to change from day to day. Some days I can just say, okay, good, I don't got to worry about anything today. I'm just going to take the day off. I'm going to let my brain rest. I'm going to let myself rest. But I'm not nihilistic in that moment. I'm more like just thinking long term, like, well, I'm going to be able to do better overall if I can take better care of myself. I was never really into stoicism. My last name is Stowe, and because of the abuse and other reasons at school, I was often very quiet and very withdrawn. And so, like, everyone else would be freaking out or whatever, and I wouldn't even be tuned into the drama. I would just be like standing there silently, no expression, thinking about other stuff, probably video games. And so people would sometimes say that I am stoic, and I'm like, all right, if you say so. Like, I do not have an ego. My parents killed it. I'm just here. But again, about balance, like, I think some Stoics take it too far in, like, not reacting to anything. And it's like, well, now you don't even seem human. Like, surely, as a human person, if, like, your loved one dies, it's healthy to feel bad about that. It's healthy to feel that loss. And just standing there like, everyone dies. Well, whatever. Like, what the hell? Like, what's life? You don't seem to value. That scares me. Like, how many people just don't value life? And this is coming from someone who is, like, fairly suicidal. I have always felt that my life is not really worth living, because it's more pain and effort than it's worth to be here. But also, I'm scared to actually die, so that's kind of where I'm stuck. Yeah, whenever possible, I like to try to avoid labels and focus on specifics, like adjectives. You know, stoic can be used like an adjective, but it also kind of reminds me of Stoicism, the philosophy, the Stoic people and all that. It confuses me when people like my mom are like, well, we can't find a good church, but like, we gotta go to church, so let's go to this bad one. It's the least bad. I'm like, what do you mean we gotta? Why do we gotta? It's like they're trying to work with something that just wasn't well designed in the first place. It's like, yeah, but Stoics have been doing it for years. And it's like, right, but like, it's not necessarily right or useful to the average person, and just a lot of different stuff like that. Every person is different, and we all got different things to balance. I also deal with suicidal thoughts, so yeah, I get you. Yeah, I think a lot of people do, and I personally believe that we shouldn't be shy about talking about it. You know, I don't want to like scare people or be like, you know, if you don't do this, I am going to kill myself. Like, no, I don't. That manipulation cheapens the reality of the fact that my life is not worth living. Oh shit, did I fuck this up? I think I fucked this up. Well, now I definitely fucked it up. But I think it's actually a good thing to talk about, as long as we are careful, because, you know, we don't want to, we don't want to give the impression that suicide is correct. Just that we have these thoughts for, honestly, good reason. And, like, that's the upsetting thing. That's the thing that I wish people would focus on, is like, well, why do these people feel this way in the first place? And all the stupid fucking chuds out there will be like, oh, because they're weak? It's like, well, no. It's because we're being honest, and we're being thoughtful, empathetic, we're paying attention, and the world is punishing us for that. No. Oh, I just forgot the top. Yeah, I forgot the other potion. This one. Okay. Woo! I felt it coming. I was like, ooh, I don't want to hit this water. And then I hit the water. Okay, so I don't think there'll be any more coins, because I've already gone in the door twice. So I'm just gonna bring the second potion to the warp zone. I do have some controversial views on suicide, but IDK, if you'd like to discuss these things, go for it. For the benefit of anyone else in chat, try not to be too, I don't even know what, like, just be considerate of the whoever else might be around. It's gonna be hard to make me too uncomfortable, but But it depends. Sometimes I end up screaming when I don't expect to, so I can't promise that I'll react favorably, but I do want honest expression. I think that that is valuable. Oh. Bye. Let's float over you. I personally don't think there's an obligation to be alive, so I think people do actually have a right to suicide. I agree. And like, there was a point last year, I think, when I was on Blue Sky, and I was posting about, you know, my own experiences and things, and I was like, I always want to have the right to die, and like, really, I don't think anyone could stop me if I wanted it badly enough. The problem is, when I talk about that, other people abuse it, instantly try to euthanize patients that don't necessarily need it, and like, people who can't advocate for themselves might be put down. Basically, even though they don't want to die, because the people around them have decided that it's just easier or better that way. And so, like, I agree with you. I think that it's a right that really shouldn't be taken. But I would hope that the world would be a nicer place, you know, like, I agree that people have the right, and also I wish that they didn't feel the need. I wish that life was better. I wish that life was worth living for everyone. Ow! Fucking Shy Guys. I personally don't need. Yeah, sorry, I read that one already. I agree. That's the big risk with advocating for the right to die. Like, people with disabilities and elders can actually be pushed for euthanasia even if they didn't ask for it. Yeah. I don't want that. I want my right to die. I don't want other people to die for nothing, or when they don't have to, or especially don't want to. Like, oh god, that's horrible. But I also agree with you. Like, if I want to do it, I want to be able to do it. And so far in my life, for as bad as I've felt and as close as I've come, I've never crossed that line. I am still, for now, a survivor. Ooh, 2 cherries? Instead of 1 up, that is good. What, I guess I wouldn't want to waste my life. Like, even if I was going to kill myself, I would kind of want to do it in a way that, like, makes a difference or has the potential to make a difference. And so, like, for a while I was thinking about, you know, not to get too explicit about my thoughts, but, I was picturing, like, myself in a bathtub prepared to end my life. And I was like, man, that sucks. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, someone's gonna find my dead ass just, like, sitting there, my stupid notes or books or whatever written to try and explain everything, but, like, they're not gonna get it. They're just gonna have a mess to clean up, a really traumatizing mess to clean up. And I don't want to put that on someone else. I think what should be done is that we should improve life quality for everyone, and if someone is struggling with suicidal thoughts, then we should first offer help to the person, and only if after the help was offered and they still want to end their life, that's when we should respect the decision. Well, yeah, and like, it's tough. It's very situational. It's a very case-by-case basis. Like, ideally there is some path out of that dark place besides killing yourself, and like, I recognized that I probably wouldn't be able to overcome my own survival instinct, even though I am in horrible pain to be alive. And I didn't want to die for a lie, and I didn't want to die for nothing, and I didn't want to leave my body to, like, just be more mess, more human mess for humans and other to clean up or just get buried under and die. I would rather spend my life, if I was gonna just end it anyway, I would almost rather spend it, like, trying to do some good. I don't want to encourage reckless behavior. Our current president has suffered a number of assassination attempts. Some people were willing to risk their own lives trying to take him down. I feel like that sort of thing might be better than just dying alone in a bathtub. But am I gonna go do that? No. Probably not. I can't predict the future, but probably not. I just think something like that would be better. And if that's the direction that I want to go, like, I'm gonna spend my life, even if I'm not gonna kill myself, I'm gonna spend my life trying to help people. I'm gonna spend my life trying to do what's right, because if I'm living for the wrong reasons, my life is arguably a negative, and I don't want that. What actually stopped me from trying, again, was the fear that I may actually survive and live with the sequelae, like being in a wheelchair or something. Yeah, living with, like, the consequences of, like, not being able to do it. That's the thing, like, being on the fence is almost the most painful place to be, but I feel like that's maybe the best place to be. And I don't mean that in just in terms of, like, suicidal stuff, maybe not even that, but I mean, like, there are a lot of pressures on society trying to push us firmly one way or another, and I think that if we can resist those pressures and find the correct way, then that would be even better. Now, if I had access to a painless method to end myself, like they use in euthanasia, then I'd be dead already. Oh yeah, and like, Futurama has, like, the suicide booths. You just, like, go in and pay a quarter or whatever. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking about. I was thinking of a painless method myself. But what I realized is that even if it was a painless method that just required me to press a... It might not be a good time to join my stream, but if you have some insight on the matter, feel free to share. I think that a lot of people do. I saw some hearts go flying out of the YouTube chat, and I'm wondering, like, if it's actually showing me the latest chat or not. YouTube is weird to me. I'm also playing Mario 2, but that's incidental. Okay, no, I think it's fine. Alright, cool. But yeah, what I realized is that even if it was a painless method that just required pressing a button, I don't know if I could do it. I wanted to commit to it ahead of time so that once I was actually in that position, I wouldn't have to awkwardly undo everything and have, like, someone come in and be like, "Oh, what you doing? Nothing? Why are you taking a bath with some helium?" "Oh, no reason. I just wanted to blow up some balloons while I'm in the tub." "Where are the balloons?" Weirdness of having to live with the consequences. Oh, I'm not suicidal myself, but okay. Cool. I'm glad for that. I'm glad that you're not, you know, feeling those pressures. Personally, I was raised by abusive Christian parents, Southern Baptists, and so every week we would have to go sit in church, sometimes 3 times a week. We would sit in church and we would listen to some guy on the stage just yell at us about having to submit to our ultimate loving authority, or we would be violently murdered and burned for all of time. Yeah, I feel you on that. Like, another fear I used to have, and may still have, is to die and to actually stop existing. I know it's irrational, but my survival instinct is weird, lol. Yeah! No, I think that's like the main factor keeping me alive, is that, like, I am scared to stop existing. So, I'm gonna just keep existing as long as I can, even if it sucks. Yeah, it's good that you are not suicidal. I don't think it's irrational to be afraid of no longer existing, like, because we're talking about 2 different things. Your dead body is still there. Your dead body still exists. You're there. Your brain is no longer capable of generating the signals that provide us all with the wonderful illusion that you are a real person. And then, of course, from your perspective, or from my perspective, like, when we think about dying, like, we think, like, what is that like? We have no idea. We can't perceive it, because all of our existence is built on the fact that we are alive. And so, like, how do you imagine not being? I can't really. I feel like when you die, it's kind of like before you were born. Yes, you just don't exist. It's too weird to think about, but yeah, exactly. Like, even when I was a little kid, and I could only remember, like, a few little blobs from, like, childhood. I can remember being at the church nursery, and, like, Pokemon was on TV. You know, like, who's that Pokemon? It was some VHS. But I might have been, like, 5 or more by that point. Oh, geez, there were Barney. We watched Barney. That daycare. I remember going to the daycare and playing Tetris Attack and some other things. If I were to take a good guess of what happens after death, it would probably be that, which is pretty scary to think about. Sorry, I'm seeing more faces. Like, I think it's fine. I think they're just reacting, and I'm scared that I'm missing chats is the thing. But I don't think I am. Yeah, it is pretty scary to think about, but it's also, like you say, right, you weren't in pain before you were born, you weren't suffering, you weren't anything. Arguably, it was better. In my case, I guess. Suicidal ideations that maybe death would be better, or at least not as painful, because it's just like silence. Compared to a good or a bad song, it's just silence. And silence is not necessarily good or bad, it's just that. But then, the other aspect that I think about a lot is our universe may eventually squish back down and shoot back out the other side. And in that case, all of our matter and energy and everything is going to get recombined and split back out. Now, our consciousness probably never going to exist again. However, we can't experience not experiencing anything. So if we ever do experience something else, yeah, I think it'll be totally different. I think it'll just be totally different. I don't think it'll be life. Well, we got Kit Kat Tarot card pull. Yeah, but it's silence for, like, infinity, which is hard for me as a human to wrap my head around. Well, it might not be, though. Because our universe is not infinite. It's a lot bigger than we can comprehend. But technically, it's not infinite. And the fact that all of our planets and solar systems and everything are scooting away from each other over time suggests that whatever created us did so with, like, excuse me, a lot of energy pushing us outward. The best death must be dying while sleeping. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's something that we can't ever confirm. Because, like, you can't go ask the people who have died, oh, hey, how was your death? We've surveyed 10 people who died. We'll ask them about their deaths and which ones were enjoyable. And but I agree, like, dying while sleeping. Honestly, I think that what scares me about going to sleep is that I worry that I won't wake up again. I worry that it's gonna just, like, last forever, and I kind of don't like that sensation of losing control. I am sorry for my internet. My internet is dropping like 25% of the frames right now. I don't, yeah, you probably can't hear me at all. One more time, come on. Internet problems, one moment. Oh, that wasn't my rail. Oh god, oh god damn it. Oh god, oh the stream has gone to shit, you guys, I'm sorry. Oh damn, now I want to kill myself. No, see, that's the kind of jokes I don't want to make. Everything. I'm not saying the universe is infinite, I'm saying the thought of death and how you kind of just don't exist for the rest of time unless something happens I'm not sure is scary to me. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Because the universe itself is not infinite, eventually it's gonna crunch all the way back down, is my assumption. I don't really know for sure. But, like, it's gonna do something. Like, matter is always conserved. Energy is always conserved, as far as we have been able to measure. So, like, even though we might die, we might become something else given enough time. Like, not existing for the rest of time, I agree that's a scary thought. We don't really know what time is right now. It may be related to space. I don't even know how I would put it, like... This is the kind of physics that I'm really not clear on. And I'm so sorry for my internet connection dropping when I'm trying to do a Kit Kat tarot card pull. Alright, let's get that card, though. What do we got? Your card is the Six of Wands. Let me switch on over to full cam here. Burp. I'll put that up there. We got Six of Wands. Let's see, what if I put it... I'm just trying to take a little screenshot so that I can put it on the screen while I read the next part. Okay, good enough. We play fast and loose here. Nothing really works the way I want it to, but it all kind of works, and that's good enough for me right now. Alright. Again, I am sorry for my internet dropping all the time. I hope that most of this read comes through. If it doesn't, I can send you the text. The Six of Wands is a card about triumph, acclaim, and pride. The door opens and bold young Red Tabby strolls into the room unchallenged. His pride and self-confidence command respect, but they may also incite envy. The black and white kitty does not look pleased. The Six of Wands may seem a most welcome sign. The recognition that you seek can be yours. Triumph and pride in accomplishments should always be tempered by humility and respect. Your argument of who's to say we don't become something else is valid, though since I don't know what happens after death, so that's a death possibility. Yeah, that's the literal sense. When you die and you get buried, you disintegrate into the dirt and feed on other mortal beings, so you do technically become something else, but you wouldn't necessarily be conscious in that case. Exactly. At least not as much as a human, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like all I've really got is the vague hope of like, well, we don't know. But because our ability to experience is based on our brains and our senses, like our human forms, then when we die, our brains are gonna get basically like separated, like disintegrated, turned into dirt or fertilizer or whatever else. And we will not experience that. We're already dead by that point. So we're not feeling the pain or anything as animals eat us. We're not, I assume we're not going to be like feeling what the animals feel. We're just going to be, you know, food. But because we can't experience to like make us feel bad or to feel anything at all. Hello. I don't know if my internet's gonna support me at this time. There, this is what we're dealing with. Sorry about my chat. Sorry about my network. Really, it's not chat, just the network. I live in America, where we pay for services that we do not receive. But as far as that Six of Wands goes, door opens, bold young red tabby strolls into the room unchallenged. His pride and self-confidence command respect. Let's make this a little bigger. Yeah, so he's a sassy cat. He's got like a lot of attitude. He's proud of himself. He's self-confident. The black and white kitty does not look pleased. He's like, oh, this asshole again. The recognition that you seek can be yours, but it can almost also be self-defeating. It can be like, I will be the best person. And it's like, okay, well, the fact that you phrased it that way makes everyone see you as not that. I want recognition. It's like, wait, but like, if you just want recognition, then you're not necessarily doing it for the right reasons, but it's also like, maybe you already did some stuff and you're looking for recognition for that. Do you like cats? I do. I like cats. I don't want to own any pets right now, but I do like cats. It took me a while. For a while, I thought that they're mostly just, like, doing their own thing. They are predators, like, they are, like, animals. They would like to jump up on things, they like to scratch things, they like to test their hunting skills, and they like to play. They're fun. Cats are pretty fun. I saw this deck of tarot cards at, like, a thrift store, and so I just thought, I thought I would get, I thought I would pick it up. I was honestly looking for something a little bit more mysterious and, like, old, but I didn't have any tarot cards before, so, like, now I got these at least, and I find them fun. I don't believe in magic. I don't think that tarot is telling us anything supernatural or spiritual necessarily. It's just pictures and words and ideas. It's ideas expressed artistically that we have the freedom to apply to our own lives and thoughts and actions and ideas. We can apply these ideas to our own ideas. Yeah. I can make this one slightly smaller. Break it down like that. But yes, I like cats, and I'm trying to repeat myself a lot because I see my connection just constantly dropping and I don't know how much of my words are coming through. I mean, most magic you see online are just really good illusions that trick you. Yes, magic is not real. I love magic tricks. When I was a kid, I had a book about, like, doing magic tricks and things, and I would try to learn how to, like, make a ball appear. And, like, what it is there's just, like, a red plastic shell. So, like, you've got a ball in a shell, and you roll the ball out of the shell. So the shell is here, and it looks like there's a full ball, and you roll the second ball out. And so, like, you're waving your hand as you're doing this, and it looks like the second ball appears out of nowhere, but it comes out of the first ball. And, like, stuff like that. Like, those were the sleight of hand that I never really got good at. But I like card tricks. I like card tricks where it's like either you pick a card and then they do something special with the card that you picked, or they're able to decide somehow which cards you picked. And I like, there was one trick in particular. God, I don't even know if I could do it anymore, and I don't have like a regular playing cards handy. But it involved, like, we used to watch like The Masked Magician and other stuff on TV, and now lately in life, I guess, I've been watching more like Penn and Teller. Their Fool Us show is very good, where they have like professional magicians come on and do one trick for them once, and then based on that one performance, Penn and Teller have to guess how they did their trick. But there was one that I used to love, where you take the 4 jacks and you show that you got the 4 jacks, and you tell this whole story about how they're gonna rob a bank, and you put them on top of the deck. And you say the first jack goes into like the ground floor, the second jack goes into the first floor, and the third jack goes into the third floor. And then this jack, and you show it again, stays on the roof. So that way you could keep a watch. And then like you have the card box playing the cops. And you're like, okay, but while they're scoping out the bank, the police come. And so now all jacks need to get to the roof. But luckily, and then you like snap your fingers or tap the deck or whatever, and you reveal that all 4 jacks are on top of the deck. And like the idea is that they just saw you insert them in different places, but you weren't actually doing that the whole time. When you showed them the 4 jacks at the start, there were other cards just behind the jacks. So then when you put the jacks back down on top of the deck, the cards that you're putting into the deck are just 3 random ass cards, and then the last one that you show again is a jack. And so that kind of helps like sell the illusion. I like tricks like that because they were easy enough that even as a kid I could do them, as long as the people I was presenting to weren't paying too close attention. But yes, I love magic tricks. I love finding that line between human imagination and perception. Because almost everything is an illusion. Like, our brains can't comprehend reality. Our eyes don't see everything. Our eyes don't even see everything that we think we are seeing every moment. A lot of that is like cached data that our brain's just regurgitating, whether or not it's fully accurate. The true magic are the friends you make on your path. Yeah! Yeah. True magic is inside us all along. But I do find it interesting to talk about illusions and, like, why they are effective or not. But yeah, I like magic. I like magicians. I don't believe in magic. So when I do tarot card readings, like, to me it's not divine or supernatural, it's just fun. It's just a fun little thing. You can decide how much it means to you or not. And it gets me thinking. It gets me thinking about my life, because like that red tabby card that we just had, the 6 of Wands, that's me. That's me trying to play this game. It's like, oh yeah, I'm so self-confident, I know how to play these games. I've been playing these games all my life. It's like, well, yeah, but I was abused. I've been playing these games wrong all my life. So I gotta get rid of that false confidence. The confidence is not that I can play the games well. The confidence is that I have potential. The potential does not realize itself. I have to do something to coax it out, to help it along its path. And the way that I was doing it before was actually limiting my potential. The biggest illusion in my POV is the idea of the self. The idea that we are the same people over time is just ridiculous. Right! It's like the ship of Theseus. Like, how many parts do you gotta replace before you say it's just a new ship? Versus the same ship with some different parts put in. It's like our brains and our atoms and like every cell in our bodies or some crazy nonsense like that is replacing like every 7 years, I think, completely. But like the changes are happening all the time. People actually believe in that idea. The idea of this, that we're the same people over time. Yeah, some people, they're invested in this like one idea of their self. And they think that, well, I'm me all my life. And it's like, well, from a position, yes, you are the same human, but like that human changes drastically over time. People genuinely believe we are the exact same person over time. I think so. I think some people do. There are people who believe in the soul, for instance. That's true, yeah. Some people believe that we have, like, some kind of magical self, or magical, like, ID. And, some people think that, like, oh, when I die, I'm gonna get reincarnated. And it's like, well, yes and no. It won't be you. Your pieces and energy and everything else will be used to make something else. And so, like you are now, I don't know if that's ever gonna exist again. But something else will. And it might even be better. I don't know. But yes, I guess to bring it back to, like, what happens when we die, or, like, all that kind of stuff, I'm not too scared of it most of the time, because I recognize that, like, continuity itself is an illusion, it seems. Because, like, what I have here is a solid human hand, but then if we zoom all the way in, well, maybe not all the way in, but if we zoom in, we can see that, like, the atoms and, like, particles are really far away from each other. Like, there's more space than mass here. So, like, what's going on? Why can't I pass through myself? And it's because the bonds between my different parts are so strong that, like, even though they're not physically, like, solid connected, just the forces that are at work prevent each other from, like, doing weird shit. I got kind of confused and lost about what I was trying to say there. But basically, I think it's the same in our brains. Like, this perception that I have of myself, it's not real, it's kind of an illusion. It's a real illusion, it's based on physical things. So it's like the belief in the soul, the idea that the second we're born, we're already destined to like the things we like and do the things we're going to do as a job, things like that. I think some people think of it that way, yeah. I think some people think that their soul is like this timeless thing that has always been around, or, like, gets reincarnated or remade every now and then. Some people will use it as, like, an excuse not to change. They'll be like, oh, well, my soul is just like this, so I'm gonna be like this forever. What makes us what we are, memory, beliefs, values, past experiences, etc., just change constantly. It doesn't matter that we are not the same over time. What does matter is psychological continuity. Yeah, and that's where it's, like, a total illusion. Like, our brains can't process things perfectly. So it's presenting me this illusion based on reality that helps me interface with reality. It's so magical. Like, as much as I don't believe in magic, it is like a magic trick going on all the time. I wish I had control over my connection. Like, a third of my frames are dropping. This is insane. Try to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, I'm so sorry. There was someone yelling in chat. Oh my god, that's who I read the tarot card pull for. Okay, wait a second. I'm sorry, bro. Likely Banivator and restricted. I don't know why. For the rest of you, there's not, it's not showing up on screen because AutoMod is hiding it. Stop restricting. Okay. Lime 420, you're in. Bro, why can't I talk? I have— Oh, thank you! Thank you for letting me know. God damn. Yeah, this is what I've been missing this whole time. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I can hear you fine, but the frames are going nuts. Okay, well, that's not so bad. I think that my stream over here is also broken. So it's not just a YouTube thing, it's more like my network thing. But thank you, Lime 420. I have no idea why they couldn't talk. They are now back. I'm gonna send them a message on Twitch to let them know that I finally saw their messages. I was busy talking about, like, suicide and psychology and stuff, like... I was watching the wrong chat. Okay, sorry guys, 1 second. Yeah, sorry. So like that's the whole reason I did the tarot card redeem, is because this person who my auto mod restricted and is not showing any of their messages had redeemed it. And for like my brain didn't really process the user, so I just read it off as though it was one of you, either Chaotic Chemistry or Eli. But no, it was Lime. Fuck. I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad that you can hear me though. That's pretty cool. Part of my problem is that I'm streaming at 60 frames per second because it's NES game and I don't want you to miss any of the frames. Although we're missing most of the frames right now. A movie or something, and like I want them to have a good time. I hope that they are getting more bandwidth than I am. My wine is making me a little bit lame, a little bit like a loser. Were you ever into superheroes at one point in your life? A little bit. I'm still a little bit into superheroes. I never had comic books, but I did have video games, and I had cartoons, and I had the Bible, which was kind of like a comic book. And I was always interested in the people who are like trying to do the right thing, even when the villain laughs at them, even when the villain tries to hurt them, even when the villain will do anything just to make them feel bad for being themselves, for being good, for wanting to do good in the world and help people. Like, yeah. I've always been interested in heroes. I didn't really get into superheroes, I guess, until like the MCU, until the first Avengers movie kind of made it mainstream. And I had a friend at the time who was really into Marvel comics, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, like comics to life. Because like I've seen different comic panels and pages over the years. I've never really read one myself, except a couple of exceptions. Do you have a favorite superhero? That's a great question. I'm not sure. When I was asked that by my friend like 10 to 20 years ago, my answer was Green Lantern, I think. I don't even know if that was the case. I think he was just assigning Justice League characters to all his friends, and I ended up with Green Lantern, which I'm happy for. I like Green Lantern. If I had to pick a favorite superhero, I'm not sure. I do like Superman. I like that he's just like trying his best to be the best, and like even though he has superpowers, that's not what makes him Superman. He's actually like a good person despite this insane power. And he's like completely opposite to Lex Luthor, who is always like using his human powers to do the wrong thing, to hurt other people. So I like Superman pretty well. I like Green Lantern a bit. Like that friend, he gave me a comic book of Green Lantern, just like a random issue as far as I know, and I've read it a couple times. It's charming. I like that he uses his ring to manifest whatever he can think of. I was a very imaginative child. I like a lot of super villains, or maybe even anti-heroes. I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Horrible's Sing-Along blog, starring Neil Patrick Harris, but he's one of my favorite, like, super villains, I guess, Dr. Horrible. I've dressed as him. I dressed as him for my brother's wedding, because it was a costume wedding, and I did a portrait of him that I think might still be in storage. I should go get my paintings out and show you guys. It was a watercolor of Dr. Horrible. It's not great. I did not get the shadows as dark as my teacher wanted me to, and it does kind of look a little, like, blobby. But it's not bad. I enjoyed art class in high school. A favorite superhero is really hard to pick. I liked Doctor Strange, but, like, again, I didn't read the comics, I'm just thinking about, like, the MCU movies. I liked the Doctor Strange movie, and I liked Benedict Cumberbatch as that character, so I thought that that was pretty cool. Have you seen, Rain Johnson in, I think it was just called Super? He plays as, like, this really angry guy who dreams that he gets poked in the brain by God, and that gives him the confidence to, like, become a vigilante. But, like, he has more anger and outrage than he does sense. And so, like, one of his first victims is a guy who cuts in line. And Rainn Wilson, like, beats him to death with a wrench or something, if I remember right. Like, it's really gruesome and horrific. And then Rainn Wilson ends up teaming up with Ellen Page, and they both try to take down Kevin Bacon, who's, like, this bad guy, kinda. And it just goes all to shit. Like, oh god, it's a mess of a movie. But I can vividly remember Rainn Wilson pulling on his stupid little mask, the camera zooming in, and he goes, "Shut up, crime!" To me, my favorite villain was probably the Joker, especially when he was portrayed by Mark Hamill in Batman the Animated Series. That is, like, some peak Joker. I also love the Heath Ledger performance. I love the, Well, there was another good Joker. Not Jared Leto. Definitely Mark Hamill, though. Like, Mark Hamill is an excellent voice of the Joker. Like, man, the range on that man. Like, he can make this maniac clown sound so menacing. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, No, not Tim Burton. The guy who played Joker in Tim Burton's Batman movies. Jack Nicholson. He was a pretty good Joker as well. I like him and Heath Ledger a lot more than Jared Leto. But yeah, the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix. Yes! Right! The less comic booky Joker. That one was also really good. In a totally different way. Well, at least in Joker 1. From what I understand, Joker 2 was less compelling. But yeah, Joker is a great pick. Joker is an excellent villain. It's interesting because, like, Batman is kind of chaotic. Batman is going against the system, and, well, he does work with the cops, but, like, he's also a vigilante. He's not operating entirely within the law. They just kind of let him do it because he gets results. Jack Nicholson, he was good too. His fucking face, his prosthetic smile, and, like, his eyes, and just his mannerisms. He's clearly such an unhinged individual. Nicholson. Is that how it's spelled? I'm actually not sure. But yeah, he's been in a lot of good movies. I really liked Danny DeVito as the Penguin. I don't even necessarily love the Penguin as a villain. I just love Danny DeVito being that, like, weird little monster guy. Like, ooh. He's so creepy. And then, like, Jim Carrey as the Riddler, I feel like that was a good casting choice. It's just that he ended up being in a bad Batman movie. And same with, well, like, I don't know if I would say same. Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, that was weird. And what made it even weirder, and what made it not work at all, is that Tommy Lee Jones was trying to compete with Jim Carrey to be, like, the wacky one. And, like, no, buddy, Jim Carrey is the wacky one. Maybe Two-Face should be a little bit more his own thing. Yeah, Penguin was really creepy in Batman Return. Yeah, those Tim Burton Batmans, like, they were unsettling in a way. And then to go from that into the Joel Schumacher was like, ugh. Now it's not, like, as fun. Now it's more cheesy. And, like, cheesy wouldn't be bad, but you already had us hooked on the edgy, dark stuff. And then you rug pulled. Then you rug pulled out with cheesy. That's why I think that the bat nipples and the toyetic design of the Batman and Robin get more criticism. Because, like, it's not just that they're bad on their own, they kinda are, but they almost work on their own. The problem is they don't exist on their own. They exist as the third movie in this series, and, like, in that regard, it kinda shits all over what came before. It kinda felt like a betrayal in some ways. I love the imagery of Bane sitting behind a sitting behind a steering wheel, driving a car around, just giant-ass muscles trying to fit in the car, and, like, Uma Thurman is behind him in the passenger seat. Oh, gosh. But yeah, like, favorite superhero. It's a hard pick. I want a hero who does good. I want a hero who I can relate to. I want a hero who, isn't just there to be a mascot or to sell comics. I want a hero who is genuine. And, like, that's when it gets kind of... Any hero could fit that part. Like, Superman, I feel like, has a lot of stories where his genuine goodness is kind of the point, and that's why I'm drawn to him. But there are other heroes, too. And, like, I like edgy heroes, too, like Blade. Like, the Blade movie was really cool with, Mr. Tax Evader, Wesley Snipes, sorry. I do feel like the whole superhero thing has really gotten stale recently, though. The only good thing I could think of is The Joker 2019. After that, it's just the same Marvel movie about a really niche superhero that no one cares about, or it's a big Avengers movie. Yes, that division was sown intentionally. Because, like, what was so cool about the first Avengers movie is that, like, oh, these individual movies, like, you don't gotta watch them all, and maybe they're not all that good, and maybe they're all kind of different. But now we've combined all these characters, because they do all share the same world, and, like, the Avengers wasn't there just to be a giant spectacle. It was there to try and unite these different characters, and I feel like it actually did pretty well at that. And then Avengers Age of Ultron was like, okay, cool, how much bullshit can we cram in here? And it's like, that doesn't really work for me. Avengers Civil War got it more intellectual, got it more thoughtful, got it into, like, a political thing. And, like, there was a time when a lot of people were like, oh, I don't do politics, and I was kind of in that same boat. And now we're being forced to think about, like, okay, well, these people trying to do good cause some harm. They need oversight, or there might be more harm caused. How much oversight is too much, and how much is going to save lives? How much is going to prevent lives from being saved? And, like, wow, what a conundrum. And then watching the different heroes, like, take their sides, and, like, they still care about each other is what's so interesting about that movie. Like, they're not just openly fighting. They don't want to fight. But they feel so strongly about what they believe in that they have to. Infinity War is probably my personal favorite Marvel movie. Because I agree that, like, after around that point, and it was not able to recover. Endgame, at the time I liked it. When I saw it in theaters, I liked it. But looking back, it's not really good. It's hard. I probably wouldn't enjoy watching it again so much. And then, like, Captain Marvel, I don't care. Thor, Love and Thunder, what the fuck? Ant-Man, Quantumania, no. Like, all this stuff, it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't have that heroic spark. They're just trying to follow the template. They're trying to use a formula to generate profit. And that does not generate good stories or movies. K-pop Demon Hunters might actually be one of the best recent, I don't know if it even counts, like, hero kind of style movies. That looks like my connection is stabilizing. I watched Doctor Strange recently, and man, it was a pain to sit through. Mansions of Madness? Multiverse of Madness? Because, yeah, that one seems really bad. I like the first Doctor Strange movie. I feel like that one still holds up, but it's been years since I've seen it, so I might not be accurate. I played Dispatch. I'm still editing together my playthrough, but once that's done, I'll put it on my YouTube channel and my website. Speaking of YouTube, let me go refresh now that my connection might have stabilized. It might actually be okay over there. Yes! The stream is back on YouTube, it looks like. Might be a little bit slow and or broken, but it is there. Yeah, okay, cool. But, like, I personally enjoy Doctor Strange, the original. I could see why other people might not. I like that he had to fight the final guy without, like, just punching him in the face. Like, he had to use his brain, and not only that, he had to overcome his biggest character flaw, his pride, his ego, his vanity. And he had to say, like, I can't win against this guy. He has all the power. But what I can do is I can lose to him so many times that he has no choice but to give up. Like, holy shit, man. That seems like it shouldn't work. It seems like Dormammu could probably outlast a human in terms of patience, but, I don't know, I feel like he just wasn't expecting that, and, like, was scared that it would last forever, and so he caved and gave up. But I liked it. I liked it because it was thoughtful and creative instead of just like Hulk. I watched The Incredible Hulk when that came out in theaters, and like it sure was something. Not Ang Lee's Hulk, but the one with Edward Norton before he got replaced with I was gonna say Bruce Banner. Mark Ruffalo. Yeah, I don't know. For me as an adult now, it's much harder for me to wrap my head around the fictional themes of superhero movies. It's like I know none of this is real, and so it's hard for me to take it seriously, so then I don't get invested into the movie. Yeah, I feel like Iron Man works pretty well, the first Iron Man, because it still has this kind of realistic, like, setting. I prefer movies with much more real themes nowadays. I guess when I was a kid, I was much better at imagining things. Well, it's partly that, the movies that are more relatable help us engage with them just naturally. Movies that are unrealistic can be fun if we're looking for escapism. And I think that's what a lot of movie makers assume. Is they're like, oh, people just want escapism. People want comic book movies that let them feel like they're on a different planet fighting aliens and winning for the good guys. It's like, well, what does that mean, though? Like, I want to know, who are these aliens? Why are we fighting them? What's actually going to come of this battle? And like, no, you don't care about any of that. Look at all the lasers. And I'm like, I don't care about the lasers. Why are we shooting so many lasers? If there's no need, then I don't give a shit about any of these lasers. And so, like, I guess Star Wars is another decent comparison. Oh yeah, maybe instead of superheroes, I like Goku. I like Super Saiyans from Dragon Ball Z. People willing to fight for their loved ones, willing to fight against evil, and it's not magic. I think that's what I love about Dragon Ball, is that it's not strictly magic. It's your life energy that, like, all beings have, and it's the same with Star Wars. It's like the Force. Like, everyone can do it. It's just that some people never have the reason to, some people never have the chance to. But, like, everyone has life energy, and what you do with that determines the outcome of the battle. But it's almost limitless what you can do with it. Like, Krillin, he compresses the ki down into this big, long, flat disc that's so sharp it can cut through almost anything. And, like, he flings it through the air and it'll cut a mountain in half. Goku does the Kamehameha, which is like a twisting, turning, like water and wind kind of inspired blast of, like, natural energy. Have you ever gotten around to watching Dragon Ball Super? Yes! Yes, I watched Dragon Ball Super, and I liked it pretty well. At the time I had watched it, I think it ended, because, like, they finished the Tournament of the Gods. Goku introduced the weird little gremlin guy to a copy of himself from another dimension, and that seemed to resolve things. But from what I understand, they're adding more. I mostly liked Dragon Ball Super. I do have some issues with it. Why did Krillin get hurt by bullets? Why is Krillin a police officer? That just seems dumb. But, like, Android 17 being a park ranger, sure. Why not? Yeah, I guess my connection is stabilized, so I'll go ahead and take that off the screen now. Ink. Still trying to work my way up to Wart, so I can finish this game. Playing it for days. Oh yeah, this is the level with the birds I was talking about earlier. Oh, I think I'm too low. Oh, I bet I could ride it. Well, it's fine. Such good music. Blah 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 blah. Got like that real carefree, free, whimsy energy to it that I just love. And we go into the boss fight, and it's like, it's like, okay, well that's a big stark contrast. Then eventually we'll get to the final boss, and it's like, like, it's just like discordant fucking bullshit, just wailing away on the fucking keyboard and everything. Am I supposed to take this potion through here, or like, nah? I feel like the answer is nah. Nah. The answer is definitely nah. Ah! But there was... Oh, yeah, that skips the level. I think I do want to skip the level. Ah! Sorry. Wasn't expecting the bomb. Oh, there was a movie, wasn't there? Like Dragon Ball Super Heroes? I don't think I saw that movie. But I'd probably enjoy it. Second boss. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I wasted that block. Oh, not good. It might still be okay, but it might be a little bit harder. Ah! Sorry. Got him that time. Sorry about that. Uh, Because I don't trust myself not to get hit again. I'd rather grab a mushroom than a coin in that case. Because a coin is not a guaranteed 1-up, it's just a chance at a 1-up. Alright, this is the final level. I have 8 lives. Well, okay. I missed the other mushroom, but that's fine. Would have taken me several lives to get that other mushroom. And I think 3 health is enough to beat Wart. I just gotta be careful. Gotta slow down. Try not to rush. Try to capitalize on only the safe opportunities. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck. Okay, okay. Just barely avoiding these things. God damn. Oh. Hi, Birdo. Bitch. Not Birdo necessarily, just angry. Right, I gotta fight the door. Never expected. One of the cooler parts of the game, honestly. Like, you've been going in these doors the whole game. This time you gotta actually fight one. Because it doesn't want to let you go fight Wart. Okay, well. Here we go! The W-Man himself. Mr. Honkin' Flonk and Blonk and Donk. There he is. Scooching around. Like a menace. That one should have counted, come on. Ah! Sorry. That was such a good first fruit and I wasted it. Now I'm just fucked. Gotta practice though. Gotta practice. It's just so slow. It's just so slow because he does not give you the things that you need. You just gotta fucking wait. And then if you blow your opportunity, oops, now you gotta wait again. Now you gotta wait even longer. Now this fight's gonna take 10 goddamn minutes. But if I had done it a second later, his bubble would have broken it. There is no winning. Get lucky. Be perfect and get lucky. You might get hit anyway. That's what my parents taught me. Is it my fault she didn't catch it? No. But I get punished for it. You just get scooted over to the side instead of using her arms. You don't have enough iframes for that one. Okay, then why give me that one? Why give me that when his bubbles are coming out if I'm just not supposed to grab it? How am I supposed to kill him if I'm not supposed to grab any of the vegetables that are coming out? Okay, maybe from below works better. But, like, the bubbles are tough to dodge! Well, I failed. I'm a loser already. Should have killed myself when I was a kid. I can win the game, it doesn't mean anything. Already lost. Okay. When you do everything right and it doesn't work anyway, that's really goddamn annoying. Really goddamn annoying. Kinda makes me not want to play this fucking game, because, like, it's just gonna cheat. It's gonna cheat all my victory away. Like, oh, you're gonna take damage, though. Why? Because we just decided that maybe you should. Okay. Thanks for hitting me for nothing. I'm just getting impatient. I'm getting flustered. I'm getting really, out of sorts. Yeah, so if you don't want to take damage, don't walk the fuck into him, you fucking idiot. I want to punch myself pretty badly. I caught that fruit. I hit his mouth. What do you mean? I caught that fruit. I hit his mouth. What do you mean? Neither of those things are true. Both of those things were true. You just chose not to count them. Stop erasing me. Why did that not hit? Oh, right, because the hitboxes lie. That's it. The developers decided that lying to their players was easier than making a game that works. I guess I can't fault them for that logic, but, like, as the person who now has to deal with their mistakes, I fucking hate them for choosing it. It was wrong. It didn't hit him, but it should have. I didn't get the next veggie, but I should have. So now the game takes twice as fucking long because the game is broken. And I get punished for their mistakes. Deserved. Got him. Do I feel any pride? No. No, I just wish my parents hadn't hit me. I won't even be happy when they're dead. But at least we'll be able to move on. Sorry, Mario Bros. I played as Toad and Peach exclusively for this run. There goes Wart. Let's get him off screen so we can savage his dead body. Bam bam, bam bam! This is really good animation for the Nintendo. I love this song too. One of my favorite Mario songs. There's a bit of a mistake here. They call the ostrich Birdo, and they call Birdo Ostro. Yeah, those should have been swapped. Oopsies. I think there's another error. They call Claw Grip. Claw Glip. Yeah, there's Claw Glip. It happens. Wart. Well, we did it. And except I already lost. I lost by screaming. This was not the challenge. The challenge was not just to see the credits. The challenge is to get better as a person, and I feel like I'm not doing that well enough. I'll be back. What else can I say? Everyone is gay. In the sun, I feel this way. In the sun, memory, memory. Oh, 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 oh. We did it! We beat Mario 2? I don't feel good about it. I feel like a failure. I feel like I didn't do it right. I feel like I can't. I can't. I can't. There's too much. I think I can wake Mario up if I press A. Start. Nope, he just sleeps forever. Oh god, he's dead. Alright. Well, I mean, he's breathing a lot for a dead guy, but other than that, he's dead to the world. I could play Mario 3. I was really only doing the Mario thing for Valentine's Day, and we're long past that now. I think what pisses me off about this game, when it makes me mad, is that I feel like I should be good at it, partly because I'm decent at Mario 1, and partly because it's not, like, that complicated. It's just difficult. It's very technical and precise in how you're supposed to jump around a level and pick enemies up and throw them around, and, like, the pick up and throw mechanics are good, but, like, the math of the NES and the hitboxes and things mean that you have to be, like, stupidly perfect in some places. And I hate that. That's too much pressure for me. I don't know what I want to do next. I'm glad that I beat this game. I really am glad that I finished it. I'm glad that I saw the credits, even though that wasn't the point. Like, I'm still glad about it. Like, I'm closer to my goal, right? Because now, like, instead of not beating a game and screaming, I am beating the game, but still screaming. So the next phase would be to try and beat the game with no screaming, which, like, I was trying. So, I mean, I don't know how much harder I can really try, but I do feel like I'm making progress. So I shouldn't get too discouraged by my failures. I just gotta keep going. That's the only way to get better. But like, at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm not plowing ahead on broken foundations. And I'm sorry, I'm falling out of frame here. I'm sitting way back in my chair. I don't just want to plow ahead on broken foundations and insist that it's correct or that I am making progress or like make progress at all costs, because like that's not real progress. That's the illusion of progress at the cost of something real. I don't want that. Someone the other day had me warped to the end of the Super Mario Bros. 3. You just plunge straight into the Dark World. I could do that again. I didn't actually beat it yesterday. I guess I can turn this game back down now. I don't know what I'm gonna do today. Sorry, I'm just like... The goal was to beat this game, finish this game, and I did. And I guess I'm not really happy with it entirely, and I don't really know what else to do. Like, it feels like a hollow victory. Going by the numbers, just going down the checklist. That's all my life can be. I don't have a real person in here. My parents killed it. I told them that. Many times. They don't care. They don't believe it, maybe. But I think they would believe it if they cared enough to look. But they don't. They're hateful, selfish liars and abusers who are pretending that they're gonna go to heaven for killing everyone. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I don't know. I kinda just want to hit myself. No, that's not good. I'm just so angry. Video games probably aren't gonna fix it. I don't know. Guess I'm gonna step outside and vape. Feel like vaping encourages me to drink and vice versa. The farther I can get away from reality, the less shitty that I have to feel. But what will I do? What is the point? I'm just so fucking angry. People don't understand. If they understood, they would do more. Let's step outside. Gonna vape a bit. When I come back in, I don't know. Maybe I'll play something else. Maybe I'll just end stream. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll eat some food. Oh, I have food that I really like. Leave all that up. I'll be back. Holy shit, it is nice outside. Oh. I just vaped a little and like laid on the hood of my car. Sun on my face. Nice. Really fucking nice. So yeah, we beat Mario 2. Not as, composed as I would have preferred, but we did in fact finish it. I was able to continue throwing myself at Wart until he was defeated. Barely. I gotta find the right amount of pride. Because it's not, hooray, I did it, everything is solved forever. And it's not like, oh, you won, therefore it was a good run. Like, well, no. But I am kind of proud, just in general, of my progress and how I am still trying, even though it is hard. I gotta encourage myself to do more, instead of discouraging myself from trying at all. I don't know what I want to play next. I thought about starting Uncharted Waters. It's an RPG, I guess you could say. But whereas Dragon Warrior, you're walking around a continent, Uncharted Waters has you sailing around an ocean and stopping in at different ports. Could also play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the Nintendo 64. Well, I might have to mute the soundtrack to avoid copyright issues, especially on YouTube. So as far as the games I've completed this year, or finished, or reached the credits, Karate Kid, Super Mario Bros. 1, Super Mario Bros. 2. Not yet Super Mario Bros. 3. That might be next. That might be. Dragon Warrior. That's right. That's right. Shit. Yeah, I actually might want to make a little list. I want to make a little list of the games I've completed so far, or beaten. I don't like to say beaten anymore. But I also don't like completed, because that implies that I did more than I did. Karate Kid, Mario Bros. 1, Mario Bros. 2, Dragon Warrior, after years. Just have a question. I was talking to a Catholic the other day, and they said the reason why they believe in Jesus' resurrection is because there were witnesses. Is this true? Well, I wasn't there, so I don't actually know. We have some accounts written down from a long, long time ago, but like the way that they're written, it's honestly hard to tell if it's even fiction, or like supposed to be real. There are the multiple accounts in the Gospel, you know, the New Testament, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But, like, those guys weren't necessarily real guys. And also, all this stuff about Jesus was written, like, 60 years later. And the only reason they started writing it down is because they were like, oh shit, we might die before he comes back. We better leave a record for the next people. I believe, this is all kind of off the top of my head. Um, but like, there were people who claimed to see Jesus after his death, yes. But that does not mean that they actually saw a man who had died and resurrected. Um, it does not mean that they actually made those claims at all. Really, it might have just been like written down that way. But no, I believe people may have thought they saw Jesus. Another issue is that like everyone kind of I don't well, I can't say everyone looks the same. But like if it's like a dude in robes and like a beard and sandals, like I feel like he may have even had a body double. He was always doing magic tricks. And a lot of his magic tricks, it sounds like, was just another person, like, off screen, like, yelling to be the voice of God. It seems like that happened a number of times. Um, and then stuff like the walking on water could have been, a shallower part of the place, but then that still doesn't explain how, like, I forget, was it Thomas or Peter was able to get up as well, but, like, it's all kind of mythicized. Like, they don't come across as historical accounts. They come across as like fables, as like legends, and like probably didn't happen that way, the way they were written down. Um, it is a common claim that like hundreds of people saw Jesus at the same time after he died, but I don't think there's any actual evidence for that. Um, I'd have to look back into it, but I'm fairly sure it's all like speculative. Like there's zero like evidence that he did resurrect. To me, at least, based on the law of physics and biology, it is literally impossible for a body to come back to life, and there's no observable data right now that proves that. I agree. To me, that story of Jesus' resurrection is pure fiction. Yeah, and like we can speculate, and we could say like, okay, well maybe he wasn't actually dead. Maybe he was just near death, and they put him in the tomb, and then he like miraculously survived, and or like had some water or something, or like someone took care of him, or like my theory, maybe that was his body double, and then a second guy showed up and like, I'm the Jesus. I came out of my tomb and now I'm gonna float away. Uh, but like I don't know. I wasn't there. Um, so yeah, I agree. Like there are accounts, there are claims. That's the thing. Science does not accept the claims without evidence. So that's why the idea of a resurrection is still not scientific. Not like that. Like there are people whose hearts have stopped and we've been able to restart them and things, but like it's really edge cases. Like the full on man dies and then 3 days later comes back as himself but better. Like no, that has never been observed. At least not in recorded history. I don't consider the Bible to be like historical. I consider it to be maybe historical fiction, inspired by real events, that kind of thing. Because like I agree, I don't think that a resurrection like that took place. I have a Bible game I could play. It's not bad. It's actually not here. I'll show you. It's King of Kings. It looks like that. It's got a wise man on a camel, the King of Kings, prancing across the desert. It's even coming out of the frame, which is actually kind of cool. But this is not a Nintendo game. Like, there's no official Nintendo seal of quality on this cartridge, and it's shaped all weird because it was not made in the Nintendo mold. Um, Manufactured by Color Dreams Inc. To start game, please wait up to 9 flashes on TV screen. Power on. Please wait 7 seconds between power off and power on. For play on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Wisdom Tree! Ooh, almost dropped it. Oh, almost. Oh, here we go. Alright, so now I gotta change my subtitle because it's no longer Mario 2. Do I press start now? Starting machine. 1988? Oh nope, King of Kings the early years. 1991. That's the same year I was born. No, I'm not waiting 7 seconds, but I'm pretty sure that's all BS anyway. Ugh. Pick game. It's not quite a game. Enjoy your bath and I love you gone, but I hope so bad that you'll bathe and hum. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-doo-boo. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-dum, ba-dum, 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 ba. Oh my god, that's a little bit not right. Is it just the video? No, I think it's the actual, like, game. One is giving big trouble. No, almost. Almost. Maybe if I turn it around. Being that way at all. Oh, I'm figuring it out. I found nearly the angle that it likes to sit at. It's very specific. Okay. Oh no. Maybe not. Okay. That's looking better. A reminder, this is not an official Nintendo game, which might be why it's so not functional. But here we go. The King of Kings actually has 3 different games in it. You could play as the wise men, you could play as Mary and Joseph on the flight to Egypt, or you could play as Jesus and the temple. I think I'm gonna start. Oops, no, not. I didn't want. No, I didn't want that. I was trying to move my cursor down. If I remember right, Jesus in the temple is not very long, but it is kind of difficult because you gotta jump across a bunch of high up things in the air. I think I'm gonna flight to Egypt. I guess canonically would be first because that's like Moses. So let's go check out Moses and the flight to Egypt. Difficulty, I think my options are easy or normal. I'm gonna go normal. It's been a long time since I played this. I probably can't do normal, but let's try. Oh, it's Mary and Joseph flight to Egypt. Oh, okay. Ah. 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 So whenever you encounter a scroll, it asks you a Bible question. Who told Joseph to take Mary to be his wife? It was an angel. It was Gabriel. That's the music the whole time. Ah. Ah. For in blank days the Lord made heaven and earth. 6. Okay, there we go. Got him. The baby Jesus was wrapped in swaddling clothes. A tortilla. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck out of here. What race was that? What person was that? Oh, we kicked him out of the fucking way. I have no idea how many levels there are in this. I don't think I've ever beaten this mode. Oh my god! Okay. Whoa. Got double tapped. No! Continue. Your thinking is hurting me and making me go fast. Let these sayings sink down into your ears, for the Son of Man shall not be delivered into the hands of men. Balls? He shall be delivered into the hands of men, right? Right. Ooh, ah, damn it! Too impatient. And when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be troubled, for such things must needs be. The end is near. I think it was be not troubled. Right. Oh my god, mountain lion. Ah, why is savaging my donkey? I don't like that. Oh my god! Second cougar. Okay, well we survived. Fuck. Oh. 555787878787878. I think I lost, guys. I think this unofficial Nintendo game has shat itself. Alright, well I guess that was the final level of Mary and Joseph. Flight to Egypt. Pretty good stuff. Now let's do some Jesus in the Temple. Oh no, where is young Jesus? I do not know. We must find him. I'm riveted. I'm on the edge of my seat. Oh, I'm Joseph. Oh shit, I got a time limit. Oh god damn it. The green sleeves? Oh, I guess it's what child is this? Oops, that's not the way to go. Ow. In those days came Blink, preaching in the wilderness of Judea. John the Baptist. Correct. Ow. Ow. This bee. God, your bee has stung me to death. I will never reach the baby Jesus now. Oh wait, he's like a grown-ass Jesus right now. Yeah, so I guess I'm playing the games in the wrong order, if we're going story-wise. But I saved the first game for last because it's the best. Which is not saying a lot, but it is saying a little something. Ow. God damn these bees. Literal God, will you please damn these fucking bees? I see you. Don't sting me, I'm on a timer. Ow. Joseph. Yes, my lord. You must cross the river of crotch-biting fish. Why, my lord? You're not allowed to ask that. So after Mary and Joseph found out the young Jesus was missing, how many days did it take? Just 3, I think. Yeah. 40 was for Moses. Ah, I died. God damn it, Joseph. Yeah, of course they're falling platforms. Why wouldn't they be? Nothing but the best from God. That was Joseph's level. Now I think we play Mary. Nope. Now we play another shitty fucking... Oh! Now we play another shitty fucking Joseph level. It's like Mario 2, but like way worse. It's so much worse. Oh, why did I go fast? This doesn't even feel like a game. Oh, okay. What the hell? Why? Okay. Ignore the top of the screen. It's probably fine. Sometimes games do that, right? It's stylistically designed to be that way. Be that way! God, why? God, why are your bees stinging me all the way down the waterfall? You missed your jump. Okay, but I feel like that doesn't fully answer my question. I beheld blink as lightning fall from heaven. Satan? Jesus? I think it was Satan. Sorry. Might be Solomon though, I don't know a lot about that guy. Where are we going here? There's no path upward. There's no path upward. I get that programming is like hard. The game should be possible, in my humble opinion. Wobbies. Wobbies. Oh, bad lay. Let's try again. There we go. Better lay. Want to go backwards now because there's a bee there. Alright, here we go. Making the progress, making the progress. My prerogative. Yes. Lumberjacking. We're just gonna walk back and forth. Does another one ever spawn, or am I doing something wrong? I guess I'm doing something wrong. Why? Oh, it donked me on the head. No. Well, we were talking about heroes earlier. Like, Link has always been one of my favorite heroes. Not really like a superhero, but he can do magic sometimes. And he's like the only one who can use the Master Sword and stuff like that. Very King Arthur. This is hard. But like, it's not too punishing, because like the levels are short and like there's no lives or anything. There's a timer for some reason. But it's not hard to just try and try again. It is awkward, like the controls are bad and the game feels gross, but it's not the worst. It's working. Okay. Trying its little heart out. Really don't know what to do here. Did the timer turn into a log there for a second, or am I going fucking nuts? Okay, you just jump it. You just jump it. There we go. I was waiting for a log that does not exist. That was my problem. Oh shit. Oh shit. God's trying to crush me. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got a boner. Oh, I'm sorry. Not right now. Earlier today. That's why he's trying to crush me. That's the backstory. What? That didn't... Fuck you, God. Is this the exit? Nope. This is high stakes trial and error. Ow. Oh, wait, is it like right? Right? No, right? Left. Right. Fuck. Left. No. No. That was wrong. That was wrong. Alright. Ish. Oh, scroll. King Herod commanded that all children in Bethlehem 2 years old and under to be killed. True? Correct. How gruesome. Oh, it's too slow. Reading a scroll. God distracted me with some trivia. Fuck. Oh, I'm still alive somehow. Nope, that's not the way to go. How's that not the way to go? Oh, I'm still alive somehow. Now I'm dead. What? My lord, thou mazes doth make no sense. All power in the world and you use it for this shit? God damn it, God. Damn it. Wrong way. Fuck. Okay, sometimes it just squishes me through the screen, which I guess counts. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Am I too slow? Jump. Yeah, get squished, yeah. That's how we do it. Okay, wait. From this way now? Okay, wait. Down here. Up. This way. Okay. Did it. By glitching it a little bit. That works. Joseph's raw skill. Oh my god. It just goes on and on. Let these sayings sink down into your ears, for the Son of Man shall not be delivered into the hands of men. False. Count this one already. Ah, the bees! Fucking god. B. Okay, that's fine. You can work with that. Nope. Sorry. Why? Might have hit an invisible log. Can't do this level. That's what I figured. I was like, that one's too high. I'm like, what the fuck? I guess I jumped at the wrong time and caused it to be spawned a little higher up than it was supposed to. Isn't that fun? I want to eat more of my vegetables, but like, I'm not sure in what way. Like, I kind of want to make some kind of tortilla wrap. I don't know if I want to add some like pinto beans to it, make it more like a burrito. Oh yeah, I got that taco filling. That actually might be really good. Ah, what the hell? Um, uh, it's really hard. These jumps fucking suck. Like, every single jump is the worst fucking jump, and it's just this all the time, and like, you can't go too fast. You can't go too slow. That affects where the logs spawn. That means you can't reach them. Oops, try again. Oops, you didn't get a running start. Oops, you're dead. Oops, you're dead. Oops, you're dead. But, like, again, there's no lives. So it doesn't matter. It's just time. Time wasted and, like, frustration. Like, it just feels terrible. Like, I feel kind of ill. But that also might be the food that I ate earlier. My veggie soup and all the vodka and stuff. Not vodka, wine. I was thinking about making tacos, though. Or burritos, I guess. Burritos with taco filling. Okay. Why? That time he just didn't jump all the way. Like, I'm holding A. He just didn't jump all the way. Yep, something blocks him there. This is where some dumbass in the room would be like, oh, well, you're doing the same thing every time. Like, no, actually, I'm not. That's literally impossible, because the game's not doing the same thing every time. It's different every time. You're not playing it, you can't see it? Okay, then shut the fuck up. But no, I actually do appreciate criticism when it's helpful, when it's valid. But when they just say things wrong because they can't process what's happening, that I hate them. I hate them for being so smugly wrong. They're like, oh, just do this. That would make it worse, you dumb fuck. That's not even possible, you dumb fuck. Here, take it, you try it. No, video games are stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid because you're shitting all over something you don't understand. I'm gonna make burritos. I hate this. I hate this level. Fuck this shit. Alright, 60 seconds in the microwave for this motherfucker. I'll be combining that taco filling. I'll be putting it on these tortillas for one. They're quite small. Maybe I should have gotten the bigger ones. Well, that's alright. I've got some of these veggies that I sauteed up yesterday. We got potato, we got tomato, we got cucumber, we got onion, and I got some salsa, which basically has the same shit in it. But all that's gonna go into the portal. I'm gonna make me up some tacos. I don't know if I'll play more of this game or not. I kind of hate it. I might just switch to something I actually enjoy. Sue me. I actually did wash some silverware ahead of time. I can go grab that fork. Ah, I don't know if I can get a good angle without making a mess. Probably not. Got tortillas here. I'm gonna be plopping some stuff on them. I guess I need a second plate for the output. I might even be making like 8 of these. Well, not all 8, because I already used some of the tortillas, but quite a few of these, probably. Rip that label off without splattering everywhere. Stir, 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 stir. Plant-based taco filling, plant-based taco filling, plant-based taco filling. It smells like peas. Or is it soy? Textured soy protein, soybean oil. Beef flavor, but not beef. It's weird how many like beef flavor things just like use beef. It's like it's less beef flavor, more like just powdered cow, which is kind of fucked up. But this is not. This is no cow. Bum 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 boom bum bum boom. Bum bum boom bum bum bum. Oh, I probably didn't leave enough room in this one for the other veggies. Put some of this. Slurp, 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 slurp. Sprinkle some of this on there. It's almost like pico de gallo, but with potatoes. I don't know, zucchini is typically a part of all this. Slip, slip, slip. This is the part where I realize I've overloaded the tortilla. Also, I'm really like twitchy and shaky. I should probably get this food in me. Oh my god, that's not. I just eat it more soft taco style. I'm gonna eat this one right freaking now because I'm hungry. Sorry for this impromptu food break, but it might help with my anger. Stomach has not enjoyed the wine and all that. I'm hopeful that this will help calm it down, but like I'm also kind of concerned because if the food that I ate earlier is making me feel weird, then this is basically more of that, so it might even just feel weirder. But I do want to put something in my stomach. I think it's just the alcohol acting up. That and getting high. Trying to use the fork to like dollop out the hot sauce a bit more evenly without having to get a whole other utensil. I'd say it's working pretty well. Delicious, delicious. I am normal. Loves him. Guess I'm wondering if there's anything I can watch on YouTube. Well, like probably not without triggering YouTube's copyright thing. We might be able to do this. Kaze Manuar. I don't think his stuff would be.
Back on the Nintendo 64, artist.
The thing on the screen. And then I'll probably put myself on mute while I eat the rest of this.
Needed to be really good at math, and it's because of an awesome design quirk of the Nintendo 64's hardware. Almost the entire process of rendering on the Nintendo 64 is handled via this one simple math formula, and mastering it will let you use crazy effects like appearing paths, much higher fidelity textures, or even more modern effects like bloom, and modern material properties like reflectiveness. I have always felt that the hardware designers for the Nintendo 64 don't get enough credit for how, possibly unintentionally, awesome its triangle coloring hardware process is. On a modern hardware, you get programmable pixel shaders. They are small programs that assign each rendered pixel an output color. The Nintendo 64 is from a time where fully programmable shaders were too expensive to run in real time. So instead of a shader, get a fixed function pipeline. You can think of a fixed function pipeline as a shader with a pre-made math equation that you can only edit the parameters of. And this neat little combiner formula is at the heart of it. You get one subtraction, one multiplication, and one addition per cycle, and a maximum of 2 cycles that will run on each output pixel. For the rest of the video, I will visualize the combiner using the Fast64 Blender plugin, which lets you play around with them in Blender. You also only get one texture in one cycle mode, or 2 textures in 2 cycle mode. If you want to combine textures in any way, it has to be done via this math formula. For example, you could multiply a vertical gradient with a horizontal rainbow to get an output like this. And while this sounds very limiting at first, this simple setup is enough to generate some serious complexity. You can get very creative with this and pull off effects that at first seem impossible from such a simple formula. I want to show you some of my favorite creative render setups and some ways you can completely break the math formula for special effects. But before I can get there, we need to start simple so we're all on the same page. Let's vertex color a grayscale texture. So you get your texture input here, and multiply it with your vertex color input here, and now you can vertex color. This is basically the standard combiner you would see on almost every asset in almost every N64 game because of how simple and versatile it is. It does let you color in grayscale textures, but the devs also love to use it on already colored textures to add hue transitions. In the Nintendo 64 scene, we call this puking a rainbow. Majora's Mask's underground section is a great example of it. One step in complexity up, but still very simple, let me show you how the Peach Bowser painting blends their 2 textures. The equation for the combiner can actually easily be modified to be an interpolation between 2 variables. Let's say you want 20% of one texture and 80% of another texture. The simplest way to represent the math here is with the generic interpolation formula. You can simply rearrange this math formula though, and end up with exactly 1 subtraction, 1 multiplication, and 1 addition. perfect for our combiner. We can pass the percentage of each texture via any value we would like. The most convenient ones on the Nintendo 64 hardware are the two color inputs, primitive and environment, or even an LOD fraction that automatically moves between 0 and 1 depending on how big the texel pixels are in the final output image. Mario 64 used this LOD fraction value here, so they didn't even need any code to make the Peach Bowser painting animate. Building off the previous combiner, we can actually also use a per vertex alpha to blend our two textures. You can see this used a lot in Banjo-Kazooie. We can even draw two textures at different scales to have one texture give detail and the other one give shape, and then fade them out and in as desired. This gets you some rather complex surfaces already. And then, if we're feeling fancy, we can use the second cycle to apply a layer of vertex colors to get some crazy amount of visual variation out of a simple Nintendo 64 size texture. Some games get enough mileage out of just this one combiner to draw entire scenes. So far so good. These are all techniques you would commonly see in retail games. But everything from here on out will be niche tricks that I personally have not seen in retail games, and I believe that artists during the Nintendo 64's runtime largely did not use these, because for everything past this point, you will need a good grasp of how mathematics and art can collaborate to make an N64 material. Before I show you that, I have to shout out today's sponsor, Red Magic. Red Magic makes phones specific. Lots of people strong enough accuracy, people emulate almost micros longer by 6 resolution 4 by 100, but the combiner can also be used to get much higher resolution textures looking good. Few people know this, but the Nintendo 64 can actually render 64 by 128 textures. Look at all these pixels. The only downside is you only get 16 evenly spaced steps of grayness on these. So our texture here would look like this, completely unusable. But the combiner can save us here. We can simply crank up the contrast on the base texture, and then in the combiner multiply its brightness by a low number using primitive alpha for example, and add a base value to it using primitive color. 2, instead of 16 steps between white and black, get 16 steps between two different shades of gray. This lets us get much higher precision on a multitude of texture formats despite the Nintendo 64's pitiful 4 KB texture memory. And of course you can combine this technique with most of the previous techniques if you want to use higher resolution textures there. Now, I have a secret to confess. There is more to the combiner than I have let on so far, and the attentive viewer will have thought about this one already. Some of you may be wondering, this formula can easily evaluate to something outside of the 0 to 1 range. For example, you could simply subtract the color from 0 to get negative value. What happens then? Well, for a while, nothing. All values between minus 0.5 to 0 get mapped to 0, and all values between 1 and 1.5 get mapped to 1. This is because there's a hidden 9-bit math happening under the hood. But once you go beyond these thresholds, the values wrap around. Some might consider it a bug, but it is secretly extremely useful, and the modern Nintendo 64 scene has been using this to great effect. Look at this glistening water for example. Light spots appear and disappear quickly. Well, we can take two noisy textures, multiply their alpha, and subtract the result from 0 in cycle 2. This will underflow only when two bright pixels in the noise textures overlap. Then we can scroll the two textures in different directions, and we get these bright spots to appear all over the place nearly randomly, which looks just like real glistening water to me. If you wanted to, we could then additionally multiply this with the primitive LOD fraction or a vertex alpha value, similar to the Peach Bowser painting, to get Mario's Sunshine-esque water. Here's a video Rovat made about this technique. Similarly, we can use the combiner's clamping without overflow on purpose. What if, for example, I wanted a big sail that's only ripped at the bottom? A naive approach would be to have two different textures, one opaque and one with an alpha channel rendered in cutout mode. When we render in cutout mode, any pixel with an alpha value over 0.5 is rendered opaque and the rest is discarded. But there is a fancier way. We can multiply the texture's alpha by 0.75 and add vertex alpha to it. We can then vertex paint the alpha to 75% opacity at the top and 0% opacity at the bottom. This maps the range of the top part to values between 0.75 and 1.5, which is all opaque, and the bottom will evaluate to values between 0 and 0.75, which still allows opacity, but cuts out any transparent pixels. This same principle can also be applied for dynamically shifting vertex alpha values. Take a look at this cool thing. I used the same clamp trick and an additive hexagonal pattern like this, and then set the vertex alpha depending on the vertice's distance to Mario. This lets us get the alpha fade-in effect per vertex, and it is an extremely cool and actually kind of cheap effect I like to use in multiple places in my game. Another way to use clamping is to peak your colors out. For example, by just adding a dark primitive color. After you hit full brightness on one color channel or one bright pixel of your texture, other pixels and color channels keep increasing in brightness, which effectively looks as though the sun is hitting these particular spots extra hard. L'Oreal is the master of this technique, and you'll see it is used to great effect in their mods. Similarly, I use both overflow and underflow clamping to the absolute max with my coin combiner here. Any increase to my color input and the color underflows or overflows, or we lose saturation. It makes these coins look super shiny, even though they are just one single grayscale texture. Getting into even more complicated territory, look at this bloom implementation on the Nintendo 64. I bet you've never seen anything like this. It looks like Twilight Princess. The way it works is, as by now you should expect, via the combiner. Because while there's nothing saying that the video output buffer itself can't be a texture too. This is a two-step process. First, Tharo takes the entire rendered output buffer and renders it again at half resolution. We go through this process 3 times to get from a 320 by 240 screen down to a 40 by 30 texture. Then, on the second step, we load our originally rendered frame in small chunks as one texture and our downscaled 40 by 30 frame buffer as a second texture, and run the combiner on this to add the blurred image to the original frame buffer. Tharo chooses to have one cycle that lerps between the blurred texture and the original frame buffer, and then a second cycle that adds some percentage of the blurred picture to the original picture. The result is that any bright pixels will be blended into the surrounding environment, and all bright colors peak out similar to the previous combiner, which is exactly what you would want out of a bloom effect. Another modern effect you can get is a reflectiveness texture. See, there's a texture format on the Nintendo 64 known as Intensity Alpha. This format reads one image split into an intensity channel and an alpha channel. These two channels can effectively be two entirely different images. Doing this for both texture 0 and texture 1 effectively lets you use 4 textures at the same time. There's some really cool results we can get from that. For example, let's say we want to have a building with a reflective surface. We can store the building's base color into the first intensity channel and the amount of reflectiveness each pixel takes in the alpha channel, and the reflecting texture, in my example, is Starry Sky, into texture 1. Then we simply multiply the texture 0 alpha channel with the reflecting texture 1, and afterwards I like to scale it down a little bit with the environment color factor, similar to how we increased the fidelity of the texture much earlier in the video, and add this to the base color of the building. This gives us some really nice looking reflections. Akumoid helped me refine and draw this material here, so shout out to them. On top of that, we still have our fake 4th texture slot open. Unfortunately, I have not found a use case for this one yet, but I'm sure it exists. One idea would be maybe to combine the previous ideas with this emissive material Bioback made, which by the way also works via adding the texture's alpha channel multiplied by the light color to the material's output. One issue though, at this point our combiner is almost fully utilized, so that it becomes difficult to find space for something like vertex colors. But it is not entirely hopeless, because we can use negative colors. We can put the vertex color into a subtractive slot here, and then transform our vertex colors into negative space. Red becomes turquoise, to use vertex colors after all. Of course, that does mean that we are more limited in our light or vertex color range, but the effect is worth it. This actually comes in clutch often to save rendering the second cycle as well, as the 2-cycle mode is slower in most conditions. And these are just some ways you can use the combiner. There are literally billions of setups, so I'm sure we will continue to see innovation. I haven't even touched on some of the crazier combiners yet. Maybe I will do a top 10 favorite combiners video at some point. You can even play around with it yourself if you download the Fast64 Blender add-on. If you try it and make something cool, be sure to show it to me on Twitter or Blue Sky. I will also say that this is all just one aspect of the Nintendo 64's render pipeline. There are also blend modes, a lot of RDP render flags, and custom microcode. Not to mention all the infinite possibilities CPU render support can bring. Ever seen normal maps in an N64 game? Or even a full PBR setup? With CPU rendering, it is super easy to pull off without any deep knowledge at all, although that latter one is kind of expensive. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see me use these, follow development here on YouTube or on my second channel where I stream weekly. Shoutouts to all patrons for supporting this channel, and to Red Magic for sponsoring this video. The game I've been showing in the background is Return to Yoshi's Island, running on the Red Magic 11 Air via a cycle-accurate emulator, running inside a Windows emulator. Emulatorception. And I'm currently working on the overworld. All main courses are done, but lots of work is still to be done. I want to remove all Nintendo code for one, and then there's also lots of beta testing and BioBack's polishing touches. Until then, bye bye.
Here we go!
Yeah, that guy's like a wizard when it comes to doing any kind of N64 programming or modding or emulation, or like he's been deep into the hardware and the software, and like I'm envious. I wish that I could spend my time like that. Uh, those burritos were pretty good. I used up all my tortillas, so I just combined the rest of the ingredients into the bowl, put them back in the fridge. I think I feel better. When life's not worth living, it's really hard to like measure. It's really hard to compare. I think I'm done with this King of Kings. It's a novelty. It's funny to me. It's an okay game for what it is, but like I also kind of hate it. I don't know what I want to play though. So I guess I'm trying to figure out if I want to end stream or if I want to like switch to Satisfactory or something on the N64. I don't really know what. um, yeah, part of me wants to play Satisfactory. Because I'm thinking maybe I need to simplify even further. Like I've been saying stuff like I need to make my basic assembly lines more efficient or like more stable or better organized or whatever, and it's like I'm still thinking about mining, smelting, and constructing. It's like maybe I should just make a little smelter building and like save it to a blueprint. And then I can use that blueprint to make other blueprints to make, yeah, and just keep like building up and up like that. And then eventually I can make like a 2x2 smelter plant or like whatever else for the needs. 60 ore per minute is the default like standard, but then there's also impure ore, which only gives 30, and I think pure ore gives double. Stomach is now it has to reconcile with the six or whatever little burritos I eat. What do I want to do? Because if I go to play Satisfactory, I might stop my YouTube stream so that I can stream Razzle. Twitch lets me do that, whether or not I'm supposed to. Uh, and I love their energy. I love their humor. They almost always make me laugh. Like they watch a lot of movies, and I don't. Mostly because I don't care about the movies. And so, like, if they're making fun of the movie, like, I can just laugh along. But also, sometimes they show me, like, good movies that I would probably enjoy if I ever did get the time or desire to watch them. Um, but, like, it's really hard for me to enjoy anything new. That's why I keep going back to these old shitty games, just because I grew up with them and, like, I know them. they it's not like, oh my god, what is this new bullshit? It's like, oh right, it's this bullshit again. Like I know what to do here, or at least I know how angry I'm going to get. I don't even know. I'm probably not making any sense. Taking on a new thing is scary because like I might react wrong. I might understand it wrong. I need to be paying attention and like trying to be better. That's all stuff I want to do though. Like that's those are things I want to practice. I wish I could stop hiding. And I feel like that's kind of what Satisfactory and Razzle is. But I mean, Satisfactory, like if I'm actually playing the game, there is some thought in like stuff happening there. But it is also a form of hiding, especially if I continue to drink. The farther I get from reality, the better I feel, but the more useless I am. I wanted to make my own video games. There are pieces of a person here. Not not in some gory way. I mean in me. Like I don't feel like I'm a full person. My parents killed my ego and all that. But like there's been moments and there's been glimpses of like I don't know, something it's a little whatever I've carved out for myself. Whatever myself is. I don't like the idea of being relied on for too much because I know eventually I'll let people down. So I guess there's this temptation to like just embrace being shitty. Like I try not to overdo it, but I don't know. We were talking about like nihilist and stoic earlier. Hedonism is another philosophy, I guess you could say, or lifestyle. And I don't think like I think it's too reductive. Like the reason I wanted to have fun so much all the time as a kid is because I was not having fun most of the time. Because I was being abused, because I needed that break. I needed that recreation, that happiness. And now I'm just like chasing ghosts of happiness past. Well, I don't really know what I want to do. I want to hide. I want to hide. I want to get drunk. I want to watch Razzle. I want to play Satisfactory and pretend that things don't matter. But they do. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna switch over to Twitch only and play Satisfactory, watch Razzle, get drunk, all that stuff. I'll just take a few minutes break to reconfigure everything, then I'll come right back. Thanks for watching. Hope you're having a good day and a better life than me. Goodbye.